game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, bleeding cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, bleeding cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, bleeding cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what it'll say. Nice and kind, bleeding cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go7, 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 Go7. Go7, 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 Go7.
Hey, how's everyone doing? Hello, hello. First at setting a rank. I'm not quite sure what that means, but congratulations. Doing good, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. It's actually 42 versus Anomaly. What? Can't find. Is it an old game? Maybe I'll try typing in the other name. There we go. It is an old game. Oh my gosh, look at that. All the way back in September of last year. Failed to load replay. Buildings do not match replay due to a map update. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so we might see some illegal actions, but that's okay. This can cause further errors. Proceed with caution. No worries. You're sick? I'm sorry to hear that. So the error we saw there is just because the map's been updated. And this is an older version. So, or the game took place on an older version, but the map we're seeing right now might be a mixture of the old and the current version. So we might get to see some very funny glitches, like tanks going over mountains or pipes or something like that. Talos, why did you get Fluffy sick? Are you also the one that's been harassing me with this cold? Yeah, check to see if Talos actually joined Global League or not. They threatened. I know, Talos, you threatened it. No. Still Global League phobic. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm safe. The Toxic Avenger. Oh no. I hope everyone's looking forward to tomorrow. I know that Red Halo has some stuff in the works for Advance Wars. Mr. Jetfest is threatening me at my door. Can't go to Global League. Oh my gosh. Do you guys call it the 1st of April? Over here in the US, we call it April 1st. April Fools. Very special day. I'm gonna quickly look over this map. It's has a starting sub, and it has turn advantage balance with the sub. I don't know if Elise made this map, but if so, they're very audacious, assuming that the sub would move out. You prefer Talos' methods, but alas, you are in the US. Okay. Music is nice and dramatic. There's a whole look at all of these turn advantage balances. So player 2 gets to start owning this harbor. They have the extra infantry on this equivalent base, and then they just made this the same. So player 1 and player 2 are the same there. Player 2 gets extra income. This is also high funds. This is high funds. They get extra income, right? Because it's not like you're gonna go capture this harbor right away. You're gonna hop in your black boat right away. I guess you can't hop on your black boat right away because the sub is going to be a danger. But I guess you can hop. You can go to this harbor and unload in the center. If you are Sami or Drake, you could go drop your infantry off here and get to this base faster, which would be very fancy. You just need that +1 movement. And then suddenly player 1 has the more bases. It's high. It's H fog, of course. It's not just high funds, yeah. Blue sub starts with less fuel. It shouldn't. Yeah, it just gets a straight up fuel advantage. But it does have the disadvantage of not being hidden. So this one will get to the same tile, but will get to hide. This definitely looks like the map where Drake would be very, very happy. The sub would get to move farther. The transports would get to move farther, and they wouldn't get one shot by your opponent's sub. Oh, I see, yeah. And then you also have a lander sitting on your lab in the center that I assume you would take off. And then go over here to pick stuff up. All of the bases are on these corners. Okay, well, we'll see how it plays. I've never seen the map before. But it is indeed high funds fog. And we have Koal versus Grimm. There's quite a few roads here. I would think that Koal has a nice advantage. But Grimm's sub will be pretty scary. And the way it goes, it doesn't hide. Because it doesn't look like it's hidden. Oh, a 42 does go for the cancel on this harbor. Not cancel, but the capture on the harbor. Oh, so does 13 on anonymity. 13. I feel like dropping off in the center would be the better play. It's still out of range of the sub. You could also drop off right here in the center. That's even better, because then you have a nice property chain, and there's no way that there's going to be any vehicles harassing you this early in the game. And you're also safe from the sub, because the sub can't go into these shoal tiles. Okay, this sub is hidden. It's now sneaky. Now, no, this is still not hidden. It's just staying up, I guess, for fuel reasons, because it doesn't want to have to retreat all the way back to this harbor. There isn't a black boat for it. Oh, no. Okay, so this black boat... So it did end up doing the drop-off up here, so the lander could then drop off over here, which is going to give this sub its kind of its pick of target. It might not be able to kill a lander in the harbor, although it is a Grimm harbor, Grimm lander, but it could definitely kill this black boat. Maybe I wouldn't build an infantry here and instead build an artillery, so that when the sub hits me, actually, it's dove. Never mind. Doesn't work. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Over here, that's going to be a... Oh, it gets trapped. Okay, so... Well, the black boat does go down over here for 42. 42 is also going to get a pick of targets. Very wise to take this infantry out. I'd probably go and sink the lander. That's exactly what 42 does there. So the safe spots from this sub will be right here in this corner, right here, right here, right here, and pass down here. That's not a safe spot. That's exactly where the black boat just died. This is a safe spot. No. Okay, well, that's a dead lander. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. Free charge, yeah. Oh, you're right. I need to make these people the better colors. So sorry. Cobalt ice, yellow comet. Okay, now much better, much better. There goes the lander. This is indeed a good drop-off point. No. Okay. So, but both players have fed their transports to the opposing players' subs. You don't need to do that. There are safe spots. Subs cannot go over the shoals, so these little corner tiles are safe. If 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, indeed this could not make it to this tile, but you could always go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up here, and then next turn you could make it to that tile if you wanted to. It's better than just losing the black boat. But okay, I mean, both players made the same mistake, so it kind of evens out there. Oh, even more important to keep your other boats alive, so that they can, because just the next turn the cruiser comes out to deal with the sub. Forced march. This is a purely economic forced march, which I find very fancy. I don't see... Well, I'm about to find out what it was used for. Okay, that does make a difference. That doesn't care. Could always go for this one. That doesn't super matter. Oh. So, It could be that the reason they're not going to this corner is because this is the old. We're looking at the old version of the map, or I should say, we're looking at the new version of the map, and on the old version of the map, that corner might not have been a thing. That's very possible because we're going to see right here illegal movement over the ocean, and that's because we're looking at the new version of the map, and on the old version, there was a connection there. So. Their choices might not have been quite so peculiar on their version. Okay, so that's a very fancy use of the power. Yeah, would still be able to make it over here with the power over the mountain. It's just the route that's taking us over ocean. Which, if Koal got to move over the ocean with his power, that would be a huge buff to Koal. All tiles become road. Cruiser gets trapped by the sub. Oh, that's a fancy play by 13 Anonymity. 13. I'll just say 13. It's 13 verse 42. Reveals the sub with the infantry. Takes it out with the cruiser. And then just steps to the side with this sub. We have double recon, the black boat. Fancy. Recon actually has a very fast deployment over here. Trapped again. Sub is slowly running out of places to hide. We might see double cruiser get built to deal with the sub. The fact that it's locking down the harbor for so long is a big deal. I'm going to assume that on their version of the map, this lander cannot just go pick stuff up. Although it looks to... Considering that Recon's movement, maybe it can. Sub is on the run. It's a pretty big deal that the sub survived. Okay. Drop off over here. Oh, we got a black boat built from this harbor. Save the sub. Sinking. Got the Grimm Recons moving out here. They do hit very hard. Oh, we have the battlecopter coming to support the cruiser in this sub hunt. Another battlecopter. Virmir is going to be very scary, as always. It's not in the lease map? Wow, that's surprising. How different... Well, I guess we can't even see what the old map looked like. The sub escapes. Not only is it hidden, but it's also in shoals. Or not, or in reefs, so it's doubly hidden. Okay, this recon is going to get to feast. So is this one. The early recons were a very good idea. Ooh, I like this move to go sit on this harbor with the cruiser to stop any naval shenanigans like 13's up to right here. Revealed the sub. Cruisers can attack black boats, which I probably would have done. And the reason they can attack black boats is because black boats came from dual strike. So they brought in the damage chart from dual strike. And in that game, cruisers can hit black boats. So black boats, it's not so much that cruisers can hit black boats in Advanced Wars by Web as it is black boats can be hit by cruisers. So they didn't update like the cruisers damage chart. It's the black boats say they can be damaged by cruisers. Same with carriers. What's the name of the map? Or the name of the map creator? mean, I assume with habits would know if it's an Elise account because, I mean, habits is map committee. Lander gets a nice boost over there. Oh yeah. That's Elise. That's the same account that Elise used to make the China containment, I believe. So it looks like we're going to see a lot of battlecopter fights here, which makes sense. It's high funds. You kind of want to just win on unit count often. If basically your opponent's teching up to like medium tanks or neo tanks or whatever, and you're using your extra cash to just get a ton of battlecopters, you'll just swarm and overwhelm them. We're using an old Mac, fancy. The Lander built here. Lander and Black Boat sacrifice into 2 adder normal powers for ultimate economy. Okay. Surprised that tank didn't get that kill. Oh, you know why I didn't get the kill? 42 forgot to complete the comm tower capture. It happens. Has it now. Reveals the sub. Goodbye, sub. It's been a long hunt. But now the sub is gone, and 42 should feel free to start building some transports. Recon very awkwardly spots this infantry, but just can't quite get the kill. Anti reveals this recon. I'm not sure why this recon is just going to take a little step to the side. It must be worried about protection reaching this far, which is understandable. But it's very weird to just take a step onto the plains next to the forest. Okay, we do have the Lander built now that the sub is gone. And this Black Boat can also die pretty quickly with cruiser battlecopter attacks. China's containment is being tested for Global League. That map is not good. I would veto it. It's got a nice layout to it, but all naval maps that have airports just become air maps. It's always got that inherent flaw to it. Okay, so 13's kind of forming a nice infantry cluster here with some vehicles on their way to support. This is kind of 42's chance to kill off a whole bunch of them, though. I like this nice positioning with the recon. Oof, just one-shotted. There's Grimm doing Grimm things. Recon finishes off that infantry. Oh, I guess the idea wasn't so much to hide away from the vehicles. It was to get out of sight range of the infantry, maybe? Or it could be that there was a different terrain tile here instead of a plains. And here we go. There we go. Cruiser hits Black Boat. Might see Copter hit Black Boat. It's a little risky because 13 does have the ability to give a move boost to this Copter, although the Cruiser would be covering. That doesn't reach. Does it not? Oh, it reaches. Doesn't want to leave itself open to attack, which is totally fine. Hey, we got the artillery boost. More and more Copters. Like so. No tech ups at all from 42, which is a little dangerous. Like the perfect amount of vision that this cruiser gets. Tank gets a nice hit on this anti-air. Anti-air survives though, so it can retreat and repair. It's definitely worth saving your harbor to take a hit on the anti-air. Now goes the recon, very sad. We have artillery brought in. Now goes this recon, that's also very sad. Cruiser right now is like, why can't I go over shoals? I would be able to get this battlecopter. I feel you. It would make sense to me if cruisers could go over shoals. It would make them a lot better at chasing stuff down. Okay, we have the Haymaker from 42. Those big time swings. Something must have gotten trapped over here. Kablam. Kablam. Haymaker. I don't think Haymaker is necessary to get those one-hit KOs. It's going to help here, though, for this damage. Tank barely survives. A dangerous spot for this artillery next to the road. Okay. Ooh. I guess it's fine because it's this copter's already exposed, and this one. But ideally, you wouldn't have your copter standing next to shoal, assuming that is actually shoal. Just because the map's been updated. Ooh, we have the Neo tank for 42. Now, Grimm Neo tanks can do a lot of damage. Remember when someone thought undive subs could go over shoals? Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. They float up top. Okay, we have the response super from 13. Runs up, spots the artillery. Infantry hits. Copter smacks copter. Spots this copter. The anti-air's gonna get its pick off over there. Oh, the anti-air somehow survives. Tank on tank strike. Must mean that this tank's gonna hit this artillery, otherwise this is gonna look very, very ugly. Okay, finishes off that infantry. Drops off, brings this artillery up in range of the opposing artillery. Oh, so this is gonna look very ugly, because this tank did not hit the here, so this is actually gonna get covered. Strike. I'm surprised that this did not one-shot the Grimm infantry. I guess that extra power defense holding strong. Right, loading into the vehicles here. Nicely set up to pick up this rocket. We have the fighter build. Well, that will certainly answer some battlecopters. And yeah, just artillery one-shots that poor tank. And then I'd prefer if this landed somewhere that could heal, or you could go into the lander and get dropped off somewhere. You could go on the city to reveal this infantry. Just attacks the recon, goes after the infantry. So the raw Grimm damage getting some work done. Revealing this infantry would be really good. You could just shell it with one shot here. After this recon. Copter goes after the battlecopter, then this battlecopter, or it goes after the black boat, and then the other battlecopter finishes off. Avenges the strike. Cruiser hits the black boat. It's still surviving. It's just healing on the harbor. Nice and safe. And a nice copter strike here, and I assume the tank is going to hit anti-air for a fair bit. I don't know why 42 is not... Well, 42 can no longer get sight on this infantry. It's just perfectly dodged all vision. Must not have watched the replay, I guess. Then we have the bomber. It's going to be it's like... unfortunately timed to be built right after the fighter gets built by 32 here, or by 13. Okay, breakthrough. This tank gets hit. Copter survives, which is very important. Recon finishes off an infantry. We have a tank strike here. No power available for Koal. This is not going to kill. So now these infantry should get picked off for Koal. It's not looking so bad for 42. Although, yeah, I mean, that was going to happen. It was very nicely set up by 13. And then we have the rocket brought in. Safely deployed into what I assume is a forest in the actual game. Here comes the fighter. Cruiser's just chilling here, okay. Then we have a bomber. The anti-air capabilities down here are pretty slim for 42, so this bomber could kind of shake everything up. Artillery hits the anti-air kills off this recon, tank kills off the tank. Looking good. This harbor being owned by 13 could open up some potential battleship or carrier, probably battleship potential buys. Yeah, all these infantry are getting cleaned up. Oh, lives at 1. Battlecopter's coming in, trying to get some good damage, take out the infantry. Looking pretty solid. I would prefer if the tank retreated to heal up rather than just kind of moving into the forest where it can be picked off. We do have the Neo tank over here, which is nice. Bomber and then a fighter. Okay, so they both have a bomber and a fighter. 13 will have a much easier time with these air battles just because of the extra movement that's available to Koal over Grimm. But it's not like Grimm gets punished by the lower defense because a fighter already one-shots a bomber. I guess in the fighter versus fighter war. Get punished. Rocket gets a nice kill on that anti-air. And the fighter reveals itself, killing off a battlecopter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Aww. If only could move through shoals to cover the battlecopter. Poor cruisers, always so sad. And hey, there we go. There's the battleship built by 13. The very forward harbor. Ooh, that's an aggressively placed artillery. 42 did see that happen. Okay, here comes the Neo tank. Anti-air and tank that came in here. Ooh, bombers moving out into the middle of the map. A little precarious. We have the Grimm super, kills off the infantry, reveals the artillery. Recon is in this rocket range, but it's okay. Oh. Black boat barely holds. We'll see if the battlecopter can finish it off or not. The battleship is visible, and it's able to be hit by the bomber next turn if it actually has nowhere it can go where it doesn't get hit by the bomber. Oh, the black boat survives. Which means that this infantry can't start capping yet. Ooh, we have a landlocked battleship in response. I don't know about that. I think the bomber was probably good enough of a response. Very sad when battleship just shoots a recon, doesn't even kill it. Oh, but the infantry has the backup there, and this rocket kills off this one, so both recons go down. And starving 42 of vision here. 13's also up in income by a fair bit here. And the bomber is revealed. So the fighter starts flying on up here. As well as this bomber approaching this Neo tank. The infantry that's been loaded in this black boat cannot be freed right now. There's a full-on attack in the center here. Looking very good for 13. Cruiser returns all the way back here just to fuel. Fuel up, and we have a Neo tank as well. So this is looking very scary. But this battleship should go down. Black boat also goes down. Anti-air is what's used to reveal. Bam, and then I assume battleship will finish it off. I don't like this fighter dive. You don't really want to give your opponent's fighter this opportunity. Oh, this battleship goes after the tank rather than finishing this one off. I guess this guy isn't going anywhere. Makes sense. Neo tank kills off the tank. I like this anti-air drop. Okay, that makes much more sense for why this fighter came in. Because now it's covered by an anti-air, and also the Neo tank is covered by the anti-air against the bomber. Although the bomber isn't known. Get a nice tag on this fighter. Not quite sure why this battlecopter went over here. Now the bomber is known. I would prefer to have the battlecopter probably move over the ocean, so anything that would pick it off gets covered by the cruiser. Although I guess the cruiser itself is right now incredibly vulnerable to being killed off by this battlecopter, which is very unfortunate. Instead, it goes over here. Still, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's not actually safe. The cruiser can get this kill. And infantry's killed off over here. Tank goes in on this anti-air. That's not out of range of this battleship. So the battleship's actually getting some pretty solid, value. And then we see an infantry loaded into a transport copter loaded onto the cruiser, as well as a battlecopter loaded onto the cruiser. And now it should unload here, like so, and then unload. Oh, it was a mech. There we go. We got our cruiser boosties, like we love to see. Tank goes after the anti-air. Bomber goes after, ooh, nice, from the road. Goes after the Neo tank. Fighter does get taken out, but there is this very valuable anti-air. It's going to prove its worth. Okay, so that's a pretty good amount of damage, but 42 is actually ahead in unit count. Although behind by 10k in income at the start of this turn, which isn't ideal. But we're going to get some nice pickoffs here. Both battlecopter and bombers taken out. Battleship gets taken out. Tank gets taken out. And the recon just gets harassed. Anti-air gets taken out. Tanks get some good strikes. That's a very good turn. He gets finished off. These guys just really need to repair. Probably would have sent this artillery over here to repair. It's not like it was giving any vision, I don't think. How I feel at work when we're understaffed. Okay, there we go. Get some repairs for these units. I like it. The tank starts moving out. We got the infantry. They don't have any transports for them right now, which is unfortunate. That's something that 13 is doing really well. Okay, so that definitely hurt. And this fighter is kind of trapped in here. It has a little escape route. You have the Trail of Woe. This Neo tank can now reach this tank if it dares. Mech kills off battlecopter. It does dare. Goes in, kills this tank. The rocket gets another shot. The rocket's been doing a better job than the battleship did. Infantry's picked off, which is very valuable for 13 because that will stop 42 from making any headway whenever these units are getting killed off. I don't think 13's realized though that there's a battleship here. Fighter does make an escape. It's an escape that also threatens this bomber. We'll see if 42 responds to that. Ooh, gets repaired too. Very nice. We get lander boosties. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So very good transport usage from 13. We have another battleship built, this time way down here. I'm not sold on these battleships from 13 so far, but maybe this one will be better. If it can make it to this reef, then it will kind of lock down all of these properties very nicely. Yeah, battleship saves the day over there. Recon gets taken out. I don't like this bomber going in because 42 does see the fighter fly over here. So goodbye, bomber. We knew you well. Infantry get picked off as well. Against 13's infantry also get picked off. Neo tanks are healing up, which is very good. A very nice unit count advantage currently for 42, but the unit value is still in 13's hands. This is definitely bait. We'll see if the Neo tank goes for it though. Yeah, fighter just gets kill off the bomber. Rocket gets another kill. The Neo tank goes over here after this anti-air. I like it. Doesn't go after the Neo tank kill here. Then we have another bomber. Okay. Battlecopter harassment. I don't like this harassment. It's just gonna... You don't usually want to do this against Neo tanks on cities. You just have a single copter. As you can see the trade here, you do 2 damage to the Neo tank and then you take 3, but then the Neo tank just heals up to full. So, like, this is a really bad trade. Oh, this lander can indeed move off. I like this positioning with it too. This is really cool. Blocking the land route to actually stop the capture. Move on in, kill off the battlecopter. Neo tank comes in to kill off the mech, and then I assume double Neo tank kills off this guy with a knuckle buster. The only thing is I would just move this tank first, or I'd probably like use this tank and this tank to go down here and kill off this mech or something, or send this to repair somewhere else so I could strike from the city. But otherwise, that's very good. And the 2 tanks take out the mech. Mechs aren't usually that valuable in high funds unless you can have a whole bunch of them. Just because, I mean, when you're fighting a bunch of Neo tanks and the like, the mechs kind of are a bit lackluster. Ooh, we have the Koal normal power here, which should be able to save this city. Ooh, and the mech does get a nice hit on this tank, which is cool. And the battleship 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 will be able to make it into the reef here. And the cruiser gets another fast deployment of the copter, which is very, very fancy. Okay, this is a very nice spot. Look at all these properties that it covers. It also helps protect the rocket. That's been the super value rocket. The super value rocket that can actually shoot a Neo tank. Assuming 13 gets vision. There we go. Kaplow. 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 There we go. We lose the Neo tank for 42. A very good pick off. This rocket is down to 1 ammo. But there's a black boat to refuel it. Okay, this harbor starts to fall, and that is out of range of this battleship. Although another battleship got built, which is it's also out of range of this battleship. Down goes the copter. Lots of just basic tanks being deployed here. Oof. Well, these attacks do not look very nice. Does kill off the anti-air, but both of these Neo tanks are going to die for this. It would have worked out a lot better if the 8 health Neo tank had healed up to 10 here. We have the fighter built. Still with a unit count advantage for 42, but it's starting to look like the unit value is going to be a very big factor here, especially because the unit count's about to fall a lot with Neotank, both Neotanks in indirect range. Not that these indirects are known about, although the rocket should be known about. It's fired a lot. Whoa! Decides to shoot the infantry. I mean, it's fine. Ooh, I like this play though. Battleship isn't in range of this, but it can kill off the lander, which lets the recon interrupt on the harbor. Very fancy. And the fighter gets to take out that battlecopter. This is looking like it might be GG pretty soon here. Pretty much all of 42's fighting force got cleaned out. It's a lot. 42 had been up by like 6 or 8 units and ended down 6. Still has no answer for this fighter. The helicopter survives, and then it's picked off. We have a haymaker. There's only one single tank left to attack. I mean, it did 3 damage to a Neotank, so we can't complain, I guess. We have another lander built, a medium tank, infantry. Yeah, this is looking like it's pretty much game over. Infantry move up. We have Neotank and tank over here. The rocket can be rearmed by this black boat, and then the bomber can come down here. The fighter can come down here. It's just, it's going to be gnarly. The bomber decides to clear out the capturing infantry, and then the sub gets built on the harbor. Down goes that battlecopter. The rocket does get rearmed. It gets a nice kill. All of these tanks get killed off. Neotank comes down here, hurts the anti-air, and then the mech finishes it off. Oh, it's looking very brutal. That extra movement is coming in big time. Another mech gets brought over. Battleship leaves the safety of its reef. No fear. Yeah, battleships hit subs for a lot, but they're sadly not. If there was like a battlecopter follow-up, then this would be just a dead sub. But not quite. We have the rocket built. Okay, definitely time to fall back for sure. We'll see if 13 can just close this game out. Going for this harbor. The south. Still gets some more value with the indirects. We'll see if the fighter checks this forest. That would be a big deal. Bomber goes in, hits this battleship, and then the battleship gets built. Just a sub blocker, I guess. Okay, so the fighter did not check this forest, so this battleship is not going to get to fire. 42 is pushed all the way back. The production barely in range of defending his own lab. Also has no way of dealing with this hidden sub. It's literally invincible because you can't build a cruiser or a sub and have it leave over the shoals to contest it. So looks like we're going to go into a bunch of indirects for Grimm here, which I agree with. Might have been better to have earlier on, so you have the really good value like 13's rocket over here has had. Battleship does go down to the opposing battleship. Bombers start ruling the skies. The rocket gets another kill. Neotanks moving forward. This is looking super GG. We get the fighter first strike. City starts being captured. We have the last ditch haymaker here, I assume, to go after this battleship. Kill off the tanks. Both tanks get taken out. Rockets dropped off over here. Helicopter does indeed hit the battleship for 4. Fighter desperately tries to hurt the opposing fighter, and then yeah, 42 just resigns. That was quite quite the map, quite the game. I'm interested to know what the layout of the water was like early on, because both players just sacrificed their transports to the opposing player's sub. Wowie, you know this map? At least you changed this map. I don't know how. At least back in last September, did this map have like these little safe spots for the sub against the sub? Because both players just leave their transports to get killed by the subs. And I was wondering, is that because on the old version of the map there isn't actually a place to hide them? It happens over here too. Gets trapped. And then 42 just puts the lander right where the black boat was. I was like, is that just because this wasn't an option? And over here, the black boat goes exactly where the lander is. Is that just because like this wasn't an option? Or did they just not care about their transports? Safe spots were always there. Oh, okay. I noticed that down here it must have been different, because we'll watch this infantry walk across the ocean. Was this just more mountains or something? I don't know. That's definitely a gnarly map. It does look like Drake is very good here. So Drake, you get to drop off right here, turn 1, for player 1. Well, yeah. GG, a very fun map. Okay. Right, Drake and Sami could both do it, but Drake would just be amazing with all the pre-deployed subs and everything, and get like the transports would live the sub attacks. Okay, next we have Save Our Lives from the Coming Times, High Funds. The Z game. This is a tier 0 Z game. We have Colin versus Kanbei. Well, that's a tall map, a long map. Can move this, give us some more zoom functionality. Can I go one more? Not really. Like so. Okay. Let's have them face to the left. Have you face to the right. I see we have a choice for this. No, we don't. Infantry is just it's just turn advantage placement. Just put it on the ocean. It can only help walk one way though. Would be cool if there was a rotate map function. That would be very funky. Okay, so we have kind of like this main main section in the middle where it's 2 base versus 2 base. And then at the top here, we have one player that gets a base, the other player that gets an airport. And then there's the base. The base owners get these comm towers in the corner, which doesn't make any sense to me. I guess the idea is that you can build transport copters and then bring your infantry up here. You can also build landers to try and hold down your airport up here. But it is a double comm tower map. It's very funky. The infantry is sitting on the ocean. It's for turn advantage. It's so that player 1 takes 2 turns to make it to this base, but player 2 makes it there a turn earlier. Yeah, in Advanced Wars by Web, when in the map editor, you can put units anywhere you want, and they can move. Like the way their movement is restricted is only by the tiles that are next to them. So as long as it has legal tiles it can move onto, it's fine. This is high funds. So, like so. Okay, a bunch of infantry. It's Colin versus Kanbei. You would expect Colin to win this because it's a pretty big map. Ooh. Cross and Fox decides to finish the city capture before going onto the base, which I don't like. When you're looking for whether or not you should do a base skip like that, where you complete the city first, you need to look at how many cities does this base go to capture, because every turn you delay capturing your base is basically a turn you're delaying every other capture that you get from this base. So you get this city, a turn earlier, or I guess 2 turns earlier, but you're delaying this capture, this capture, this capture, this capture, this capture, and this capture all by a whole turn. And it really adds up. So the only times you would go for a city capture finishing before you go onto the base is when the base is only going for like maybe 2 cities. Otherwise, it's just not going to pay off very well. Because you're also going to be down in unit count as well as down in money. We do have the battlecopter being sent out by Cross and Fox. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So if SkySK, this wouldn't have been possible, but had been able to build a bomber, would have actually been able to interrupt this base. We'll see what this battlecopter gets up to. We have an anti-air built right away for Kanbei, and I like it. You can just lock down this airport very quickly. No battlecopter being built here for Kanbei. Oh, there's also airports on the island, or on the central land. Okay, I would just move out with this anti-air to stop Colin from being able to build battlecopters. Goes for a battlecopter first strike. It's a negative trade because it is Colin versus Kanbei. You get the first strike and you get a 5-6 trade with your copters. That's really, really ugly. But what's important for Colin is to get enough charge so that he can start just cranking out that normal power. You see a battlecopter built. Kanbei here. You knew this was a lost and found map without even looking. Lost and Found is a prolific map creator in the community, and used to be a big part of the map committee as well. As the same is also true of Elise, who is currently in chat. A prolific map creator and used to be part of the map committee. Havitz, also in chat right now, is a current member of the map committee. I don't know how much of a map creator Havitz is. Always let me know. Okay. The Kanbei's just kind of sticking with the base tech units. We got battlecopters, tanks, anti-airs. Usually you want to have your anti-airs chain, like buddy-buddied anti-airs, so 2 anti-airs to deal with a bomber. But if it's a Colin bomber against a Kanbei anti-air, I think the Kanbei anti-air is just totally fine. Havitz currently has a grand total of 0 maps created. Elise considers themselves a retired janitor. Elise, weren't you ahead, like the lead map committee member? What happens if Kanbei gets a bomber on the upper island? So if you get a bomber on the upper island, then Colin just needs 2 anti-airs. It's the bomber can definitely be taken down by anti-airs. Might need 3 anti-airs, but I assume 2 would be just fine. Okay, the bomber comes. Oh my gosh! Look at just Kanbei being Kanbei. Bomber 3 damage to an infantry. We do have the fighter built for Colin. I like it. It's gonna be a real hassle for Kanbei to kind of afford a counter fighter. Copter goes after this tank. The infantry swarm. Anti-air moves forward, trying to cover against the bomber. Looking good. We don't see any real effort to contest the island up here. I would think that building a lander would be very valuable. Okay, and yeah, this anti-air is now in range to completely lock down this airport. We do have a fighter built for Kanbei. Very expensive. It did require a base skip. Okay. So what's going on, you can see Colin bomber against anti-air. I mean, it is an anti-air on the city, but very unhappy. So what's going on there is that Colin's just trying to get charge for normal powers. And was willing to sacrifice the bomber to do so. Get a tank for a strike there. We have the gold rush. Now, if Cross and Fox is going to play okay, Cross and Fox is not playing Colin like the Colin Master Red Halo would play Colin. If this was the Red Halo Colin, after getting the gold rush, it's just like build some artillery, maybe a copter, keep the money, keep like the bank pretty high so you can then keep multiplying that with the power rather than dumping all the cash you just got immediately. Exactly, it's like the 3 infantry. Red Halo likes to go with the artillery because artillery are very valuable and you can kind of just value for money. Try and rely on a high unit count to pull through until the money just gets so enormous that your opponent can't really do anything. Another thing would be to just not use the Colin's power this turn and instead suck up all the extra charge from those units dying, and then you can do multiple Colin powers in a row. You have the Kanbei Neo Tank. This looks like a very strong engagement for SkySK. The only thing I would say is that these battlecopters are way too scared. Like killing off this tank, and I'd probably go after this tank too. But well, I guess this fighter up here makes it scary. Yeah, it's fine to retreat. We have the anti-air come over. Now this airport is locked down. Down comes the fighter. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Another fighter. Okay, anti-air's killing off infantry. Tank gets hit. Oh, I don't like that join. All of these infantry are just going to get taken out. Colin's going to very quickly run out of infantry on the front lines here. The battleship built. The first strike fighter. Battlecopter kills off the anti-air. Going for the comm towers. Here comes the Neo tank. That's going to be very difficult for Colin to answer. Infantry gets taken out. Easy peasy. There goes this comm tower. This one is contestable. From the tank. It's just the tank is the only thing that can contest this. So the copter hitting this might matter. And indeed it does go in to hit it. Ooh, we have the mega tank. I don't think the mega tank is very necessary, but we'll see. We'll see what it can pull off here. We have the gold rush from Cross and Fox. Oh, isn't able to get the damage. So both comm towers are going to go to SkySK here, and that's going to be a lot of firepower. Ooh, definitely a bit of a misplay to have the anti-air in range of the bomber there. Or not the bomber, the battleship. Fighter first strike did actually go positive. And then double Neo tank. Okay. We do have Kanbei super. Weirdly captured this comm tower, but not the other one. There we go. We have a lot of damage for SkySK right here, as well as just stats in general. 4 health anti-air only did 2 damage. I thought that might do more. It is only 4 health against an anti-air on the city with defense boost. We have a Neo tank built. Copter retreats. Their anti-air. I assume we're gonna have. Oh, we're gonna see actually nothing built down here. Not quite sure what's going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't know what this infantry is blocking. The airport over here is going to fall unless a battleship gets built, I guess. The two health fighters tickle this battlecopter, 1 damage each. Neo tank comes down, 2 damage to the infantry. 2 damage to the infantry. 3 damage to that infantry. Probably should have killed off this anti-air. Bomber comes over, 3 damage to this infantry. Another bomber is built. Battleship moves out. So very, very good Kanbei stats seen in action. Okay, fighter kills off fighter. This Neo tank's just looking for anything to hit. It has found a target. Goodbye. Tank goes to heal. Very good trade. 7 health copter. Does 2 damage to the Neo tank. This is looking... I mean, there's a lot of Colin Neo tanks. We do see a battleship built. Kanbei battleship to cover the airport. Still no anti-air built down here. So this airport is just going to be live. Which is not going to be something that SkySK wants to deal with. Fighter continues picking on this battlecopter. The Neo tank gets in on the action. Neo tank can't kill the infantry on the road. Bomber does 5 damage to Neo tank on the road. Bomber does finish off the 3 health anti-air. But now there has to be something built here, otherwise SkySK can just go capture this. We have another bomber. I guess with Colin with high funds, it's not as big of a deal to save up your cash, because you do just get a lot of money. Does start going for the capture on this oh my gosh, airport. I just realized there's no way for these land units to leave this island unless Colin somehow manages to get this harbor. So I don't know what this artillery is for. Battleship barely can't clear the airport. Neo tank comes in, casually gets a 4-9 trade. Like you do. Ooh, doesn't actually manage to get the kill. 4 health anti-air, 5 damage. There goes that Neo tank. I mean, the Mega Tank is definitely proving its worth here. Starts going for the captures. This is also one of those captures that's like scarier than it looks, because it right here it looks like SkySK is going to like finish and take this city, but the actual threat is that next turn it can just go take the lab. Although the battleship does cover. But with Kanbei Super, it's going to do like 1 damage. And then the other guys get to join in on the next turn. Okay, we have the fighter built to try and deal with all of these bombers over here rather than building an anti-air. This bomber can almost make it to sit on the base, although this fighter would just clear it off anyway. Okay. I'm still not sure what this artillery is going to do, but on the mission. Full health fighter can't kill 4 health fighter? It's just not fair. Neo tank attacking first strike against Rhodes. We get 6-5 trade. Anti-air goes down. This is happening in range of this Mega tank. It looks like next turn we're going to see the cap on this lab. Well, there is double battleship here to deal with it, though. That's probably going to be enough to save the lab. I assume. The Mega Tank's going to have to... For some reason... Oh, there we go. For some reason it was saying the Mega Tank had 8 ammo. It's got 1 shot left. It does have cities to go sit on, though. The bomber built just in range of the anti-air. No fear. In range of the anti-air and in range of the fighter, too. Which... I can't imagine it can survive that. Oh. SkySK did not go step on the lab. Finished the capture on the city instead. Does stop this comm tower from being captured. The 1 health fighter comes over, does a damage to the bomber. Some harassment coming on in with these battle copters. We start marching forward. I'd probably just have these guys heal up. Okay. Colin comes in, hits the bomber with... Oh my gosh! That's... Full health anti-air. First strikes the bomber from a city. Don't mess with Kanbei and his super. My goodness. Samurai spirit indeed. I assume the fighter will come in and do a very good chunk here. Knock it down to like 2 or something. Down to 3. I forgot that Samurai Spirit also increases the counterattack damage. My anti-air does 5 damage. Kanbei is 1 damage. Good old Kanbei. Very fun to fight. You have a cruiser built. An opposing fighter. In the south here. against the single fighter of Kanbei, which can come over here and just one-shot a bomber. This bomber does get away. Okay, now the lab starts being captured. Sadly, this is without the Kanbei super. Just the base Kanbei defenses, which are still a force to be reckoned with. I don't like that move. I'm not sure why the copter sacrificed itself. It was a nice little blocker. Okay, very annoying forces here for Cross and Fox to deal with. There's 2 battleships that can fire at this infantry on the lab, but there's lots of other infantry that keep joining in for this capture. So it might take like 3 or 4 turns, but the lab looks like it's gonna fall. The fighter stands on the airport. The fighter standing on the airport so that otherwise if an infantry starts capping it, the battleship can just clear it off. Okay, this is bad prioritization. 1 shot at the mega tank, 1 shot at this infantry. Definitely you need to either double shot this or you need to like shoot this guy and this guy so the bomber can hit as well. Although I guess the bomber just gets taken out by the anti-air. The bomber's gonna get taken out by the anti-air anyway though. Double fighter brought over here. Okay, the game looks like it's gonna end pretty soon. I don't see how Colin is gonna be able to save this lab. Although maybe with triple battleship it's possible. There is a lot of battleships, and SkySK does not have enough charge for the super right now. That's a mistake. So what SkySK should do here is have the fighter hit the other fighter, and then the anti-air can hit the bomber. It's just trying to get as much charge as possible to get the super. Because the super will just end the game at this point, I'm pretty sure. But if all 3 battleships get to fire on this guy, I imagine triple battleship can clear a lab with no super. Extra defense. Okay, down goes the infantry. All right. Bye, bomber. We knew you well. Okay. Now it's very important that this infantry is not allowed to live. So 1 shot, 2 shot, and then I know there's lots of other infantry to shoot, but you gotta finish this guy off. Oh no! Oh no! So the reason why you have to finish it off is because it's not going to get the capture next turn, but it will be joined, and then all it will need is 2 remaining HP, and SkySK is gonna have the super to make sure it can't be killed off on the following turn. It's not going to be invincible like it would normally be if it was an HQ, but it's going to have plus 90% defense. So it's going to take an absurd amount of damage to knock this guy to 1, which is what you have to do to stop the HQ cap. And it's definitely a good luck with that moment. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's GG. There are 3 battleships. The bomber can't make it through. Or can it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, the bomber. Okay, 3 battleships and a bomber strike. If Colin had been saving up a bunch of cash and then had power as money, that would be a way that Colin could save the game. but that's just not the case right now. Does kill off the fighter with the cruiser. Here comes the bomber. 1 damage. Yeah. Might be noticing, wow, I'm just not doing enough damage here. Tries to sacrifice units. Goes for the gold rush power boost. Gets it down to 4. Mega Tank can't kill a tank? It's like Mega Tank and Neo Tank to kill a single tank on the plains. Mega Tanks do like base 158 damage or something to tanks. It's absurd. And we have the GG double pipe runner and carrier and double transport copter. SkySK finishes the lab cap. The game is over by capture. Yeah, how do you tell your boss you can kill a single infantry squad with 3 battleships and a bomber? Exactly. GG. That's the Kanbei super for you. That sucker. That's a lot of defense. Fear the 700. That was very good play for 700. If only there was some way Colin could get super. Yeah. If Colin had like 1,000,000 gold or 1,000,000 currency or whatever and had the super, probably could have broken through. 1,000,000 is probably too much to ask for in that case, though. Okay, next we have BC29 on Dragon Blood Reboiled Global League High Funds. Much wider map. It's back to kind of central-ish. I'm not actually sure which of these players is the submitter because the Discord name was just D. And these both start with D and are short. I'm going to assume DC29. Is DC29? Okay. Oh, this map has indeed been changed. Look at this. We have a pre-deployed, already moved infantry. So this is kind of like accelerating the game by a single turn, but only kind of, because it's also like restricting the amount of money you have. So it does mess with the game quite a bit to accelerate stuff like that. The Mexstorm Special Sauce FTA counter. Yeah, so it's like the game is a turn in, except that you have less money, which means that there's less opportunities for harassment, and it kind of limits your openings a little bit, but that's okay. It's only by a single turn. I mean, it hurts. It hurts recon openers a ton. Like, it almost makes recon openers null and void. But other than that, it's totally fine. What would I say the basics of high funds are compared to standard? I think that the basics for high funds is that the value of your units compared to the harassment opportunities is drastically shifted. In standard, stopping a capture but losing a tank for it is oftentimes not worth it, and in high funds that's like a no-brainer, you just go for it. If you recall, it was something to do with turn advantage from anti-air getting to the center. So it's like trying to hurt the anti-air opener. This map has pre-deployed airports, and they're very fancy airports. You can see here we have the bridges coming off of it, which makes it look like an extension of the runways. Very nice. So you often see transport copter openers here, and they kind of often get used to boost for the central properties, and then one of the transport copters will make its way over here to the double base, which can be used to help boost or go for this nice island in the corner. You can also be very aggressive if you want with your transport copters and park them on these cities that this one base would go for, and kind of try and be very aggressive over here before the two base really become fully online. Although I don't think that's going to be possible with the current FTA counter. I think that messes with the transport copter harassment. That's okay. It's not like it was a fun thing to deal with anyway. We have an anti-air built here for Sami. And Sami does get the +1 movement on all these transport copters, which should be very good. But in general, in high funds, Sami is very, very, very weak because high funds will often utilize a lot of tech ups and you be very vehicle heavy. And against vehicle heavy compositions, infantry just get like one-shotted all the time. And then Sami will just be really low on infantry count. And so her powers will do pretty much nothing. You'd kind of think that it'd be nice because you get like an easier time getting to victory marches and the like. But unless you have a lot of bases, you are just going to have a really hard time both being able to contend with your opponent's army and actually having infantry to use your powers with. Also, a lot of the destructive force that mechs have in high funds gets hurt because mechs, even with Victory March, don't do a ton of damage to like medium tanks and neo tanks. If you have like double comm tower, which is very possible because you could Victory March take your comm tower on this map, then you have double comm tower and you'll do like 30% damage with your mech. But you just don't have enough production to really have the mech count to threaten those teched up units. See here, DC-29 going for triple tank, trying to answer Dig's own tank count. With the infantry built dropped off over here. And also in this matchup, Dig has extra defense thanks to this comm tower that's going to even exacerbate Sami's -2 attack on these vehicles even more. Ooh, and we have the black boat built to go for this island property. I haven't seen that before. I don't know if this harbor got moved in its location, but I like it. Okay. These units are trying to make their way into the middle here, just trying to avoid getting absolutely stomped on by opposing tanks. Infantry used as a nice blocker here. Transport copter's now making its way over here. Probably should have done so a little bit earlier to help get this base up and running. With the first strike onto the city from Dig, a 6-8 trade. The Copter gets a hit here. We haven't seen any infantry go down yet, although it is looking like Dig is going to start bullying Sami's infantry, which is of course not something you especially want to have happen. And just sticking with the like this regular tank composition, I don't like that infantry strike. You kind of need these guys to threaten captures. We have the first the strike from the Copter onto this tank, knocking it down to 4. It couldn't do it from here, so you couldn't go Copter and then tank strike, otherwise this anti-air would be able to reach it. Okay, so we're starting to see some infantry combat. However, DC-29 has not actually lost any infantry yet, which is a very big deal. And the Dig also hasn't teched up at all yet, so we're just using the base tech units, which is not going to be so bad for Sami. And then we have the first Neo-Tank of the game, and this guy barely survives. This is something that Javier misses out on, that if you were playing Von Bolt, you'd have that plus 10% extra attack, and you just get to kill this. The Copter comes in, hits this tank. It is going to get taken out by this anti-air. I believe the idea is that these tanks will just be able to avenge it. Focusing down this transport copter. Okay. We have a Neo tank to answer the Neo tank for Dig here. And then we have a tank coming in to join this fight. It looks like DC-29 has a play, potentially, with Copter strike to kill off this tank and then tank strike on the anti-air, but I think the anti-air will survive with enough health to just kill off the Copter anyway. Sami tanks aren't especially scary. We do get to see some infantry taken out. The Copter gets taken out here as well. We have a mech strike. Tank falls back. So all of the tanks over here did get injured. So this anti-air should be fairly safe. And we'll see if Dig is able to kill off enough of these units. There is a Javier normal power available, which will give a lot of stats. T-29 being very careful. I like it. Just went for a single infantry strike here. Have this one in a fairly safe location that can only be hit from one side. Keep these Copters out of anti-air range. Just chaining Neo-Tanks over here to put pressure on the one base side and try and cover for this fight here. Dig did not activate the normal power yet. This tank is going to live because of it. The mech is also going to live because of it, so Dig missing out on this normal power. So far, costing quite a bit. A very aggressive transport copter here. Does go for this capture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's an X-ray through this infantry for this tank to hit this anti-air. This actually looks almost disastrous here for Dig, because there was no power use. These are going to be very easy to clear. The Copters and these infantry can kill off the city infantry and this infantry here, and then the two tanks can come in and kill this anti-air, and then the Copters will be safe in this attack. Copter, and I assume infantry, kaplow. Ooh, didn't, that's kind of weird. I would use the tank to kill off this anti-air if I was DC-29, but instead decides to leave the anti-air at 4 and just hit the tank. That's also fine. Decides to stick around over here with in this tank fight, which I don't like. I guess with the Neo-Tank support, it's okay. And we have the lone infantry. You can see the infantry count, even though DC-29 has been doing a very nice job of preserving the infantry count, there's still just not that many left. That's just the nature of high funds. You have to build vehicles to stay relevant in the combats. It could be a end of the victory march next turn. It could. Yeah, this infantry is in range of this lab, and this infantry is in range of this lab. Okay. Ah, very smart for Dig. Dig still hasn't used the normal power. Has full charge bar. So oftentimes with Javier, if you only have one comm tower, you might as well just chain just like multiple normal powers, because a super only gives you another plus 10% attack and defense. So definitely should activate that at this point. There's no reason not to. Does sit on the lab to prevent from losing to a victory march. I don't know if Javier is just going for a no power challenge or something. Sits on the city. Gets an attack here on tank. I like the black boat coming on over here. Very nice. Yeah, this tank gets taken out. Still no power used. So we probably won't see a victory march this turn. Oh, never mind. We do see a victory march this turn. I was going to say we probably won't see one because Dig has kind of covered up a lot of these properties very nicely, but there's still like a lot of these neutral properties you can take. So that's probably what DC-29 is thinking. Oh, and yeah, okay. The Neo-Tank can clear the way to this one as well. Does go for the lab cap. There was no way to clear this infantry off of the city. We get the mech strike up there. Very nice. The R&D gonna go for a lot of these neutral properties to just try and get a very nice econ lead. And the cool part, I guess I'll say, of going for these neutral properties is they're not nearly as much of an overextension, so as diving in on your opponent's properties. So it's more likely that the infantry will actually get to survive after the victory march, which is very good, because oftentimes with Sami, it's you charge forward, you get a bunch of properties, but getting those properties required an overextension of the infantry, and then your opponent's army kills off your infantry and then takes the cities back eventually, and you're just down a lot in infantry count, and your subsequent powers are hurt because of it. So that was a pretty good victory march. It's going to help a lot with the econ. It does mean that there's no longer as much of a worry for Dig about like a potential instant loss to victory march. But that's okay. We do have the super used for Dig. It just starts walking forward with this infantry for some reason. Neo-Tank forced to just hit battlecopters. Very nice placement for DC-29. Down goes the transport copter. The infantry strike. Get the tank strike over here. The Javier super is giving plus 40 stats, where the normal power gives plus 30 stats. Ooh, the anti-air. Very nice. Only takes a damage. Then takes a damage and kills that tank. Definitely would have preferred to keep those guys alive. Okay. The Neo-Tank just goes and sits on the city. That's because this guy's got plus 40 stats right now. Don't really want to fight that. No. Well, we can kill off this anti-air for sure. Yeah, okay, the infantry decided to do it. 6 damage to the tank. Surprised that actually did a damage back. The Neo-Tank must have been chipped or something. Okay, we have the double anti-air and Neo tank. That's in response to this bomber. This is looking very good for DC-29, who's very healthy in unit count, which is usually where Sami starts to fall behind. And yeah, Dig just resigns. I think that's pretty fair. It's going to be hard to come back when pretty much even in foot soldiers. So just really, no, there's 3 more mechs, but Dig was actually really far behind in the vehicle count. And down 14k. Might have been able to pull something out as the game progressed, but being down 14k is hard to come back from. Good morning, Subby. For me, it's not morning, but good morning to you. Yeah. I think if Javier had used the normal power throughout this game, instead of kind of letting the charge build up and then sit on it for a bit, would have helped a lot. I do not know who DC is. DC usually means Discord Cup. We're not going to have any more Discord Cups now that there's on-site tournaments. But maybe this was Discord Cup 29. In which case it might be a J alt, which would be, or a JJ alt. Okay. Next we have AutoSpinCurb. Assuming AutoSpinCurb is here. They said to hold the replay until Friday. Are you here, AutoSpinCurb? Yeah. Here comes the mess. Okay. AutoSpinCurb against LVJD on the new Verdun. LVJD is one of the legendary players, known specifically for standard play and for going for some unusual openings and making it work. You can see the differences for the map here on this new Verdun. The HQ is now here instead of really safe here, and the comm towers are now much more on the sides rather than the middle. And there's a more forward base, and the city kind of plopped here in the middle. The more forward base is only going to matter for infantry movement, because the vehicles still have to go through these bridges. So I've not played on the new version. I'll be interested to see how these players decide to tackle it. There's also no missile platform in the corner anymore. I just noticed it's just road. Missile platform's now here for some reason. Okay. Let's see how the players decide to go about this. LVJD. We just have Vom Bolt versus Hawke. This is usually a Vom Bolt map. There's lots of fighting that can happen, and those extra stats can just rule the day before powers really come online. LVJD is known for very good capture games that look like very awkward, but it's just making very efficient use of the balance between city skipping and map control. Okay. You have a transport copter opener from AutoSpinCurb, which can go here to boost to here. I guess can go for this comm tower faster. You can also go here to boost, and then pick up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go for this city or this city. We'll see. Also drop off here. You can drop off here. We'll see. We'll see how AutoSpinCurb decides to use this transport copter. I would usually use it to accelerate the corners. Might be what we're about to see here. LVJD. I assume it's going to go into a recon opener. Yeah, you can see the city skips going on here. So the way that LVJD is... The way you use these city skips that you see LVJD going for here, walking by these cities, the idea is that as long as... Going for a tank opener, sure. As long as you're not missing out on the vehicle buys you need to get, this is totally fine, because while you're like delaying these cities for some number of turns, the infantry that like these more forward cities that you go for, you get sooner. So in the long run, maybe in like 4 or 5 turns, you'll have the exact same amount of income. It's just in the short term that you're going to be hurt. So as long as you're not missing out on too much money, you can still build the vehicles that you need to like defend yourself. You realize this was a Von Bolt map later? Yeah. It can. I don't know if Sturm's still allowed, but Sturm's also very strong here. The city skips can be heavily punished by recon openings. Yeah, it can be. For sure. We have the tank. We do boost over to get to this city, or maybe to the comm tower. I would boost further. I'd go for the corner and then work my way back. If I was doing it that way. Go for the danger city and then go back for the safer city to preserve the infantry. Ooh, very fast comm tower. Maybe. Could also just be en route to one of these other cities, though. Okay, we do see a little city skip going on here for AutoSpinCurb as well. We do see a boost to get to this city. Double boost. You're also in the Sturm mirror. I hope you guys enjoy your Sturm mirrors. I like Sturm mirrors. I think they're pretty fun. I know some players really hate them. Ooh, okay. So this used to be where the comm tower was. There's also fewer forests on this map, I just realized. Now it's just a contestable city. LVJD does finish this comm tower capture. I don't like this. I mean, it's not bad, but there's no conflict yet. But I guess LVJD was expecting some conflict over this city is what's going on there. So we have double tank into copter. We're going to see that city gone for. Recon built. We have anti-air. In a single tank. Come over here, drop off in this nice forest. Really hiding out on the very top here. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that. This does mean that AutoSpinCurb doesn't actually have vision of this city, and potentially LVJD can just take it for free. Yeah, this tank did not move, which is a little weird, but it's covering... Give me the... I guess the green is the movement. Okay. It's still covering these captures and this capture, which I think is what LVG wanted. Could also move it into this forest. Have a little bit more aggressive positioning. First enemy spotted. Yeah, this is very nice timing. With the comm tower, it should complete right before the real conflict start. And this definitely hurts to see for AutoSpinCurb. It's just both of the contested cities being captured. But that happened because AutoSpinCurb had this very, I'll say defensive positioning up here. Didn't have the vision of the center that was needed. Yeah, way too passive, exactly. Okay. Tank. This is classic strats. Clear the city and then put something on the city so that they can't attack you from the city. Very nice. And then I imagine that LVJD is just going to send everything up here to protect this tank. Oh. Ooh. That is a weird place to put the tank. Okay, the copter's covering the tank. This tank is not actually covering the tank. But I think LVJD is thinking that there's no way that the units are going to come in this way, like kill off this infantry and then strike the tank from up here, which is definitely possible. If AutoSpinCurb had been building like nothing but tanks and moving them all over here, then tank plus infantry kills off this infantry, and then double tank kills this tank, and then this guy's not even covering it, and neither is this guy. It would just be the copter. So I'm a little bit iffy on LVJD's movement there. It's going to work out here, though. It's totally fine. Okay, infantry strike. This tank strike is indeed safe from this tank coverage and this tank coverage, but not the copter coverage. So we'll see if this anti-air is able to actually protect the tank. The copter's protecting the tank. Okay. Making sure not to overextend over here because the whole army's up here. So the anti-air is not quite protecting the tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's only protecting it if the copter attacks from here. But there is the copter protecting, so shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, the copter hits from down here. It actually kills the tank, which I was not expecting. That's a pretty big deal because, I mean, the 4 health tank could have just finished it off. But it does deny a fair bit of vision, so AutoSpinCurb doesn't necessarily know where the 4 health tank is now. Yeah, LVJD is expecting some copter production. Seems to be expecting them to hit down here rather than up here with the army. Just gonna rely on the copter to cover. Which does get first struck here. It's very good for AutoSpinCurb. Infantry is taken out. These tanks are a little late to the party, but there's still an ongoing fight, so it's fine. This is looking pretty good for AutoSpinCurb infantry count-wise. And the copter first strike is really nice. But LVJD is up 3k. Very patient down here. I like this from AutoSpinCurb because, as you can see, LVJD would absolutely dominate in an infantry fight down here. Okay, we're gonna see a tank probably strike from this city to cover it. Does reveal the anti-air here. Brings in a whole bunch of tanks. All the vehicles for both players are going to be coalescing here. And you can see why Von Bolt really likes this map. It's just a bunch of vehicles just fighting it out. Way, way before powers are anywhere close to being online. Hey, Mr. Go7, if you review games from the upcoming Quack Cup, will you do them on site so we can see the cool tiles? I will definitely do those reviews in a way that you can see the cool tiles, if that's not implemented on this. move planner or replay viewer. I imagine they will be implemented on this replay viewer, but if they're not, I will do it on site. You didn't watch the replay. You always wondered where your units went. That is not a good strategy. That's something that you have to watch out for when people use the old interface against you. Is if they go for like bombers or neo-tanks, then you can't watch the replay to see what killed your unit, and you'll just have lights just vanishing in the darkness. You'll be like, I don't know what happened. My tank just vanished, and it's just a neo-tank like chaining through your tanks. Well, in Fog, you should always use the replay viewer. I know there's players that don't. And for all of the players that don't, there's lots of times that you get to look at their games and be like, wow, that was a very silly mistake. Okay, so I'd probably finish off the copter. A little awkward that it just gets to survive here, but I like the tank first strikes are pretty good. The anti-air just has to run away. It's so awkward. I think I'd prefer, if we're looking at this, man, it does kind of suck to use the anti-air to hit this copter though. You could go like tank kills this, copter hits this tank, anti-air kills this copter. That still doesn't look very good. Yeah. These units are just not quite ready for this fight. Well, both players went for a neo-tank on the same turn. Yeah, if you don't want to use the replay viewer, you can play High Funds. It's has everything revealed, so you don't technically need to see the replay. LVJD has started to push forward here. The infantry got a little antsy. This recon over here will be very, very good value for AutoSpinCurb. Nice use of this low health copter for LVJD. You can see this very fancy little join. Making sure this can't be one-shotted. There's a big difference between like killing a 6 health tank in one hit and then hitting a full health tank, and it gets to survive and it has some counterattack to it. And Neo-tank's on its way. And throughout this entire time, LVJD has been up 3k, which is a big deal. I really, really dislike Baselight Fog. I had a like theoretical map rotation for Fog. None of the maps were Baselight. I put on maps I hate. I didn't put on Baselight. Okay, so we're attacking in here with AutoSpinCurb with the normal power only. Anti-air finishes off the tank. Recon comes in. Recon plus infantry kills that, and then we have a tank first strike on this anti-air. But there's an look at this. LVJD is just so prepared. There's another anti-air back here. A really good fight here for AutoSpinCurb. The only problem is it did require using just the normal power, and it's looking like it's going to set up the super for LVJD, which will be a complete blowout. think it would hit over here, maybe? In terms of KD, I wasn't doing bad. Being down 3K, yeah, being down 3K all the time really hurt, for sure. I know there's like an effort to make a good base light fog map, but I have yet to play one where I liked it being base light. Like I thought it being base light actually helped the map at all. Okay, so we have a double sacrifice here. This is all to get the anti-air through to kill the copter. And it's going to be worth it, I think, just because there is only 2 tanks, full health tanks here to help punish. Although this copter makes it in here, so might not be worth it then. The infantry fight continues. Lots of pressure. Make sure to join here so that the infantry that's serving as to prevent a 2-hit KO is nice and healthy. There's recon. So let's check. 89 watching. Oh. Can you guys hear me? Oh, it's back? Okay. Is it alive? It's so rare nowadays that the stream dies and comes. Oh my gosh, it came back. Usually I have to like restart the stream. Well, there we go. Died for 10 seconds. A minute. Okay, but we're okay. It died of death. Okay, so the recon over here for AutoSpinCurb's been doing some serious work. Anti-air gets taken out over here. Anti-air's gonna get taken out over here. And this copter plus tank are gonna do some nice damage. So anti-air versus anti-air, and then 2 health tank tries to get the kill. Does get the kill. Very nice. Very nice. And then the problem is if the Neo tank tries to join this front, yeah, it has to stay back a bit. Otherwise, the entire front just gets hit by the Bombbolt Super, which does mean, I mean, maybe this Neo tank could have moved farther forward, but it had to like move up here. It really needs to be covering these tanks. But there's no way that AutoSpinCurb could have known that LVJD is also going for a Neo tank at the exact same time. But that was almost... If this Neo tank was covering these guys, then I think AutoSpinCurb could potentially make it back into this game. Yeah, now it's going to get stunned over here. And this Neo tank can kind of just do what it wants. Maybe if there was a magnet over here and the Neo tank was able to get the first strike back here. Yeah, you can see how nicely this works. The stun doesn't hit the front lines, but the stun hits all of the reinforcing units to the front lines, and then the front lines get hit. And it just joins so... Whoa, I don't like this. LVJD joins all of these infantry together, but they're still at low enough. They're still like vulnerable enough to get 2-hit KO'd. That's not good. So this went from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different units down to 2 units, and they're still able to be killed off. That was Maybe in standard that would be better. But what can happen is AutoSpinCurb kills these units, and then there's no vision for the this tank to avenge. Although I think this recon needs to be used to kill off the infantry on the city. Oh, these guys aren't coming in. Okay, well, because this infantry is not going to get killed off, it's going to be fine because the tank can now actually see its targets. All of the infantry are getting focused by AutoSpinCurb here. And the vehicles just kind of fall back. Doing really well in unit count since so many units got joined together there. Don't smear standard like that. No replay. Oh no. Well, if you watch the replay. Right. Tank hits the recon. Down with this recon as well. Just trying to kill off these infantry. Joins these tanks together. Too much joining for LVJD here. The hurt of the unit count is just going to hurt his vision so much. Okay, we have the double Neo tank here. AutoSpinCurb, who's still down 3k income. And all of this, the income being hurt is all, being hurt this much is all because there wasn't enough vision for these contested cities. Like, if this city was AutoSpinCurb's instead, then AutoSpinCurb would only be down 1k instead of 3k. Okay, it looks like LVJD's tank got trapped. We have a nice front switch coming out, though. It's looking gonna be pretty tough for AutoSpinCurb to answer this, especially because I forgot the HQ is so forward on this map. The tank should not have gotten trapped on that forest. That was a pretty bad misplay. But here comes the Neo tanks to try and save the day. I think this tank needed to fall back. It's very bold to go in for that first strike after seeing 2 full health tanks here. Definitely have to follow and save your HQ with pretty much everything. Oh no. Well, we have a stealth from LVJD. LVJD is known for stealths. They're a lot better in standard than they are in fog. Although I think in this game it's going to be pretty solid. Okay, so not enough stuff front switched, and this recon does see that. So everything just dives in here. We have the fighter. We're going to have to see an APC soon, too. So these buys would be pretty catastrophic for LVJD, but because AutoSpinCurb is not responding with like this Neo tank coming down here to help and everything. We have another normal power? Just try and delay this city capture. I think the game will be over before these reinforcements are going to matter. I'd probably save up for the super there. Not true. Build 2 stealths to join after the Hawke power to insta refuel. You do that when they're at half. It delays the cap in favor Neo-Tank offensive. Just get smacked. Definitely save up for the Hawke super there. This is looking very game over. It was just a very nice front switch from LVJD to close out the game here. Goes for the starts capping the HQ. It is with a 9 health, so AutoSpinCurb does get an extra turn to respond to this and does get equalize the economy here. Although equalizing economy while you're being HQ capped is oftentimes not good enough. Okay. Let's go for this capture as well. I mean, if AutoSpinCurb can somehow hold this, which I don't think is going to be possible because everything has to clump up in order to defend the HQ, and then LVJD just uses the super. But if AutoSpinCurb is able to hold this, then a very nice equalization of the economy will be very welcome. The mech actually got a nice strike there. The stealth comes in and kills a 4 health anti-air. It's down to 27 fuel. There is no APC on the way, so this is almost dead in the water right now. But it won't matter because the game's going to end before it would run out of fuel. And there's the Ex Machina, and that's just going to hit here, like right on the front lines, like so. And that is game over. AutoSpinCurb's own copter is stunned and in the way of saving it. Get the black wave. It's not enough. I have to do 4 more damage to the infantry, but there's no way to break through. LVJD line is too strong, and AutoSpinCurb resigns. And that's definitely a fair resign. There's no way to stop the HQ cap. So it's a very good front switch from LVJD. I think AutoSpinCurb could definitely have gotten back into that game, even down to 3k income though. The number one thing I would say is to just watch the replay. And you'll find more plays in the fog. GG. Yeah, this is a very good bomb bolt now. And the change to it definitely made it more, with the exposed HQs, does make it a lot easier for the game to actually end rather than having someone have to resign as it kind of was before. Well, hi, Math. Let's just join the Patreon. Well, hi. Okay, back to my replay queue. Is Shadower here? Shadower also asked for their game to be delayed. If Shadower is not here, I'll continue to delay it. Hey, Shadower is here. Oh, Shadower's right there saying brutal. I didn't know. I should have known. So we have Virmir versus Shadower. Shadower is a Sami main, or at least was a Sami main for Fog of War, and is one of the top Fog of War players right now, if I am not mistaken. I'll quickly check. I don't know if they're still... Are you still a Sami main, Shadower? Shadow Warrior is rank 3 currently. Over 1,500 points in Fog of War. Very impressive. You like to play her a lot? Well, you got to play her here. This is definitely a strong map for Sami. It's Virmir. I don't know Virmir. But they're playing Kindle. Kindle's definitely good on this map. I would say Sami and Kindle are maybe the 2 strongest COs on this map. Lash is pretty good too. So Sami's weaker in Fog because of a few reasons. The maps are a lot larger in Fog, and which leads to fewer infantry fights and more vehicle heavy play. A lot of the setups that you can do with Sami in like standard, where you can threaten cities and you know exactly what can come and defend them, is just not a possibility in Fog. Your victory march is going to be a lot weaker because it's very easy to overextend with your victory march, and you can even be overextending and just get trapped on the cities that you would normally get in standard because you'd know what's covered and what's not. I would say the main things is that the maps are bigger and there's less infantry versus infantry fights. It's more vehicles versus infantry for harassment, and you don't know what you're potentially sending your infantry out to capture against. If you go for a very contested capture, or like city capture in standard, you know exactly what you're up against. In Fog, you like go out there, you go for the capture, you get the capture, and then some recon show up and just kill you, and then they take the city from you. Much better mech chances, though. You can't get some fancy mech plays in Fog. People share losses. This is true. The nice thing that Sami has is that if Sami has a lot of units and she's basically like doing a death ball or some sort of attack like that, and then she's capturing alongside that, those captures are more likely to go through because your opponent has to commit more units to stop it. The thing that I kind of realized with that, though, is those plays work with any CO. With Sami, you'll get the properties that turn, but with other COs, instead their vehicles and their other stuff are hitting your capping infantry, and you just win the fight instead. And then also get the properties later on. So there's definitely times where it matters more, especially like HQ caps. But it's kind of a strategy that anyone can use very effectively. In this map, however, you do have a foot soldier only base. You can hear Decobird getting very excited about this. There is a foot soldier only base, and that's always going to benefit Sami a lot, because now you just have an excuse to have lots of infantry. And not only is it a foot soldier heavy base, there's heavy terrain around it and in the contested area that it's kind of fighting over. And then there's also your opponent's own lone base across from it that's very vulnerable across some mountains. So Sami mechs and Sami infantry can walk across that and threaten the base constantly. So on this map in particular, Sami's going to be really strong. There's also the fear of the Sami HQ rush, but because of how toxic that tends to be, we usually have black boats on HQs to stop them. But yeah, if there isn't a black boat on the HQ, then Sami can have some very deadly HQ rushes. They're almost impossible to stop. Yeah, on a lot of the classic Fog of War maps, Sami is like bottom of tier 4. It's so tough. Yeah, unit count for Sami especially is way more important than the captures. Okay. So see how this goes out, how this plays out. In this situation with Sami against Kindle, I would expect Sami to have an early game advantage over Kindle, but then if Kindle cannot lose this one base and it just comes down to vehicles, then Kindle should win. Especially if Kindle's able to get some really nice harassment. Anytime you have two urban terrain tiles next to each other like this, Kindle is just like hugely buffed because you need to hold both of these, otherwise Kindle can use one of them to absolutely destroy you on the other one. But if you're on both of these and Kindle uses Urban Blight, you get knocked down to 7, she can now clear you off, and then, you know, she knocks you off of this one, which then means she gets to use this one to kill you on this one, and then she gets access on this one to attack any unit you had guarding it. So it just becomes a huge headache to ever fight Kindle when you're trying to contest, like fight over these double urban terrain tiles. She uses them so effectively against you. There's a Bomber Cheese HQ Rush for Kindle. Where you Urban Blight, hit this with a bomber, and then capture with infantry. Sami can do it too, with the Victory March. Which is probably even scarier. Okay, so we do see the very fast recon. I like this for Virmir. So I'm not a huge fan of Shadower going out here for these captures. Ooh. Okay, I like it more. I like it more when Shadower gets the recon, though. I really like this recon to actually hold these properties. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, there we go. There's the double recon opener. This is what I did with Lash. And when I did it as Lash, my opponent was Adder, but my opponent didn't overextend into the recons, and instead my recons went up over here and harassed in the middle. So we'll see how this plays out. Is it going to be double recon for Shadower as well? No. You now have the mech over here. And this infantry didn't even move. Really? These guys did not move. That's some real patience right there. I assume the idea is we don't want to leave ourselves vulnerable without the mech coverage. I agree with not moving too. It does leave the future vulnerable to this double recon pressure, but I think it's gonna be fine. As long as they don't now move in this turn and get blown out by the recons. Oh, we didn't talk about it, but there's the pre-deployed vision here. So you know what your opponent's two bases are always building. So it's very likely that Shadower is able to tell that something has been built over here. Maybe not double recon, maybe like a tank or an anti-air or something, because of how long it took for a vehicle to be built from this base. It's like, where is that money going? Is my opponent just floating it and building nothing but infantry over here? Or they must, you know, be building vehicles over here since they're not doing so over here. And you can also see your opponent's captures over here, get an idea of where their infantry are. Having the infantry not move while in recon vision, I'm not a huge fan of. But this one not moving, I like a lot. They don't know about it. Okay, it looks like the recon is starting to move over to the center. Okay, and this artillery, I think this is a mistake from Virmir. I'd much prefer if this artillery moved down here to the city. I think the timing just didn't work out nicely to one-shot this recon and shut off this vision, and then Shadowware will no longer know where vehicles are being built. And you saw them go for this really fast, referring for the one base side. I like the artillery buy. Got the double mech and the tank. This is all in the recon vision, so Vermir should know exactly what they're up against, and will also know that this is a free infantry harassment. Decides to just sit on the city instead. Okay, have the copter. This is a copter in vision of the recon. So I can expect anti-air Shadower. I don't like how slow Shadower has been for getting this airport. It's a very important airport. It's in the center of the map, and it can support both this one base side, or can even like attack down here and harass. Okay, now that enough units have built up, Shadower starts moving out with some tank coverage. Now we have an artillery as well. The artillery is used to lock down the one base or kill off this recon. Getting out of the mech range with this recon. Has the artillery set up to try and hold this. I think the artillery is going to be forced to attack its own rival artillery. This is looking very nasty, and kind of why in other games I've recommended against going for these properties, because they're like impossible to hold. Or if you try and hold them, you just end up losing all your stuff. And here you can see Vermir also backing off. Like, can't... Vermir could attack into this and do some decent damage, but then all of those attacking units get wiped out, and it's just there's no way to resupply. It's just a single base. There is recon on Artie, or yeah, there is artillery clears this infantry with infantry and follow up, and then the recon can hit this artillery, but then it gets wiped out by the tank and the copter and the mech. Okay, I like this attack over here. You definitely want to attack on anytime you can get any infantry damage on the one base side, you go for it. Very fancy mech covers the tank. We do have the artillery fire on the artillery, and then I assume we're just going to let these captures go. You could potentially use the recon to delay this for one turn if you desperately needed that extra firepower, but keeping the recon here does protect this artillery, which is nice. Yeah, you just let those go, which is why I would prefer, usually, like if Shadower had it, instead of going for these properties so fast, had like got this airport, for instance, and gotten these properties, like stuff you can actually hold on to. This is a mistake from Vermir. So we look at this. Vermir is going to like delay this comm tower, but it's going to cost all of these infantry to do so. Very good use of this airport, though. Vermir knows exactly the anti-air capabilities of Shadower right now, and that they're 0. Attack with the recon and build a rocket? That would not be good. Then you have to base skip on your one base side. Okay, so you can see very strong double base airport pressure on the one base here. Let's start clearing out this recon. Now gets the airport. And you can see all of these infantry are going to get cleared out. And this is all happening just because Virmir tried to delay this comm tower. It's not worth it. Like, look at what happens. And now that all of those infantry are gone, it's like, how do you stop Shadower from taking this airport now? You can't, or not the airport, the comm tower now. You just can't. And then it's like, how are you going to actually protect your one base side now? Like, these properties. You just lost all your infantry. Okay. This is now, I would say that you have to retreat from this rather than holding the ground at this point, because I would not be at all surprised if Virmir can kill this and then the recon and then that chains to opening up the city next to the artillery, and then if the artillery can die, that chains to like potentially being able to kill this and then this. Like, this is looking very vulnerable to me. He calculated he shouldn't be able to break through. Can he not break through? I guess he can't kill the artillery. He can definitely copter. Infantry can kill this. Tank. I guess tank infantry probably can't kill recon on the city. If Vermir managed to get a an urban blight, then it would be super GG. Okay, you do indeed hold on. All because an infantry couldn't reach here. Artillery does take some damage though. Okay, the recon is gone now. But Shadower still has this one. It's very valuable. The mech dies against the recon. Get finished off by a tank. Lots of copters being sent over here. They're going to get answered by an anti-air and a copter of Shadower's own. And you can see all of these properties are going to fall pretty soon. Okay, now Shadower starts falling back. Ideally, you can fall back even further because you're not really safe on these mountains. Oh, this copter is going to die for this attack. Looks like Virmir might have recognized that that was not a good idea. Really, Virmir should have realized that an anti-air was going to get built to turn after the copter shows itself, so should know exactly where this anti-air is. It should be here, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just not safe. Here comes the artillery. Shadower still has a defensive line over here, which is a big deal. Okay, these captures do go through. In the center, though, Vermeer is doing very nicely. Copter gets taken out. This property starts to fall. The artillery comes into this forest, and next turn it can go into this forest and start locking down this base. Another anti-air finds a target. This anti-air is even gonna survive, potentially? There's only a single tank to hit it. Ooh. I don't like this attack. It looks very fancy. But I don't see how this doesn't result in just losing all the defenders of the one base. All to like kill 2 infantry and injure an artillery. Oh, it's true there's no anti-air for the B-copter. You went for it because you could kill the copter. I like killing the copter, especially because you know it's the only copter. I don't like this attack. I guess you do know that there's only one tank though, because you've had your eyes on all of these builds. But you're gonna lose all your infantry. They even have a strike from the city. Okay, they should definitely Urban Blight first if they want to have a chance of killing this. There's no reason to not Urban Blight at this point. Are they saving up for a later high society? Why didn't they hit that infantry? What? What? What is that turn? Okay, I don't know what Virmir was doing there. Like, you see one base units that you can kill off, you kill off the one base units. That's just what you do. I mean, for Shadower, that was like perfect. The only thing that took damage is this anti-air, which was kind of expected to die, and this tank that only took chip damage. Not chip damage, but a single hit from a mech. Oh. So aggressive. Ooh, saves the anti-air. So aggressive. I would probably pull back and try and preserve these infantry. I mean, the victory march is coming pretty soon. I don't know why this infantry is moving back just 2 instead of all the way. It's not even covered by the tank here, or like whatever you built from this base. I guess it's trying to cover its buddy infantry. Okay, copters looking good. Very nice. Artillery is now in place to lock this base down. Infantry start attacking. I'd build like a mech, which I think you're about to do because you have a transport copter there. There it is. Yeah, this tank isn't covering this. Oh, I see. You only moved back 2 because you wanted to hit the pipe scene with your tank. It is down to 40, so the artillery can kill it off next turn. I see. Okay. The one base side over here for Virmir looking mighty sketch. We still haven't seen a power used. I don't understand why Virmir is just sitting on this. What is going on? Why is there no first strikes? Is Virmir just like really wants to have the solid wall of infantry? It does kill off the tank. Hits the copter. Starts moving forward. Does have also has a base lock here. I really like all of the central pressure that Vermeer's kind of has achieved here. Very nice copter use, but especially against Sami, if you see a chance to kill Sami infantry, you kill the infantry. Sami infantry like hit harder, but they're just as squishy as any other infantry, and when she's out of infantry, she can no longer effectively use her powers. So it's very important to kill them off whenever you can. Very nice turn here. Got only one property, but that's okay. Zoom on here, kill off this infantry, then go for the property. Don't know if the mech can kill this 4 health anti-air. It might. I probably would have tried it like right away. Shadower might be thinking about it. You could always... You could always sacrifice before firing the artillery shot. You could like sacrifice some infantry in, and then artillery shot, and then mech kill, and then infantry comes over and takes the base. Never mind, the mech just does it all on its own. Base captured. GG. And the reason why it's GG is because this base has fallen. This base hasn't fallen. So now Shadower can just kind of invest all of the money in saving this base. Oh, it's true. You could also do mech artillery B-copter. Yeah, so this is base is taken. That's basically GG. We now see an Urban Blight. I don't know why Virmir wasn't using Urban Blight before. It would have helped a lot. Does kill off the infantry, stands on the base. Sadly, that's just not enough. The artillery and then mech clears it, and then stuff gets built. Wow, this infantry holds its ground. Copter comes in. Tank comes in, and then Vermir resigns. Yeah. I mean, at this point, it's just game over. The base has fallen. GG. I like the patience on the attack over here. I would have preferred if there was more of an investment in getting this airport earlier. And you can really see how much the delay for going for the central properties hurt Shadower in comparison to Virmir here. Like these properties weren't taken. Like Virmir got this city. I would say for Virmir, especially when you're fighting Sami, you see chance to kill infantry, you kill infantry. But the patience from Shadower paid off very nicely. Okay, now we have a very big one. Was this sent in by Havitz? I don't remember who sent this in. But this is going to be one of those maps that's so big that I cannot change the zoom level. It's max zoomed out. And I'm actually going to have to cut off a bit of the bottom. And I haven't been keeping the order static. I prefer to keep the order static in the other games, but that's fine. This is not a team game. This is FFA. This is like a battle royale kind of thing. Yeah, it's just HQs down here anyway. So the idea for this map, which I can zoom in, but I can't zoom out. So it means I can never get rid of this blue line. I don't know if you guys can see. You can see it here. Usually I can get rid of these blue lines by zooming out and then zooming back in. Did I get rid of it? I got rid of it. I don't know what causes those blue lines, but... So the idea is you can never lose your HQ. There's probably a capture limit or something. And everyone's got their infantry and a transport copter and then teleport tiles surrounding this entire map. So as you can see here, when you hop in your transport copter, you can come out anywhere. And then there's a whole bunch of neutral bases that you can decide to plop down and start your game at. Well, you can come out anywhere from the sides, and then potentially you could decide to move further in and not go for a base right away. There's a single comm tower in the center for all 16 players to fight over. And yeah, it looks basically like a swastika in the middle, which is not good. And then yeah, there's definitely a huge first turn advantage. It would be absolutely catastrophic if like player 1 comes out here, for instance, and then drops the infantry on the base, and then player 2 comes out and gets trapped on their transport copter just sitting here over the ocean and can't even drop out an infantry. That would be absolutely game over. But I think the idea is if enough of these bases are kind of equal to go for, then that's fine. You won't often see that. And then it looks like CO wise, we have Lash, Sasha, Sami, Lash, Sasha, Sami, Eagle, Andy, Sasha, Sonia, Lash, Sasha. So I don't know what's going on with these CO picks. Obviously, if you have Sasha, then you drain all the other players' charge. And when that happens, usually you want to be the player that goes right before Sasha. But when there's this many Sashas, it doesn't really matter. It's waifus, Eagle, and Andy. Oh, no CO powers allowed? Gotcha. So this is just base. This is just base Advance Wars. Oh. I see. CO, I gotcha. So many Sashas, so you won't have COs. There, you can turn off CO powers in map creation, which will make it so no one has any day-to-days or a power. Okay, so here we have player 1, Sidonia. They decide to come down here, land on this base, and unload on the mountain. Next we have Crux, XX Crew XXX. I missed an X at the start. Also playing Sasha. Decides to land right here. Looks like people are going for these very edge bases. Probably safer to go for the edge bases. Ah, Knight of Zero goes for a central base. We got Nemo 86. This doesn't even use the teleport tile. Goes for this base, and we'll be able to see where this Sasha player goes, who hopefully will use the teleport tile. Ooh, that's very dangerous. It's actually 1, 2, 3. Well, they don't have enough money, so they're not gonna have enough money to build a vehicle. They might have enough money to build a recon, and just absolutely ruin the day of this player. These guys they're so close together. Landing. Oh no! Oh, we have the first trap from Mr. Lappy, but Mr. Lappy can unload on the mountain. Mr. Lappy on the mountain. No, not on the road. So, what Mr. Lappy can do here is attack the infantry of Xyrox when it goes for the capture, and result in both of the players losing the game, rather than just Mr. Lappy losing the game. Like a Chad. That's fine. Okay, we're going for this really close base too. So far it's looking like if you decide to teleport down here, you're going to be very happy. Most players are not teleporting at all. Flambe just decides to resign after being trapped. Could have Could have unloaded and doomed both players. Decided not to. Go right here. Everyone's so close to each other. This is a gigantic map. You can unload on the other side, no problem. Why there? That's not even in range of a base. I guess it's in range of harassing this base. Maybe it's to be picked up next turn. And go for like this base. Particular hide comes down here. Also not in range of a base. Must be coming down here for this base, which I don't think you can necessarily reach. Yeah, you can come out this way, but you dropped off here and you don't quite make it there. Just one turn. Sally Broccoli also goes for it does go for a base though. Somehow does not get trapped. Oh my gosh, guys. No. Okay. Does get a base. Whoa. Xander resigned. Xander must have had the old interface on or something. They resigned so fast that the replay did not even recognize that they resigned. Okay. Okay. Some of the teleport tile got used there for this base. If Steeler just decides to come down here, they'll win. Like, this is all neutral. Like, there's no airports, right? So, okay, so Steeler does use... This must be submitted by Steeler. There's a nice transport copter down the teleport tile, decides to go here. Didn't go all the way down here. So right now it's looking like it's going to be a game between Sidonia and Steeler. Now you can still use these teleport tiles with your transport copter later on to try and extend further. Sidonia being super trolly. Like, well, what if someone decided to try and go for this base? I'll just stand on it like a meanie. Scouts out this base. Sees that it's being captured. Wait. Okay. I don't know why it just took a really long time to become Nemo's turn. Goes for this. Tries to block the way to stop this harassment, but this guy doesn't actually see this base. Do you do it? Or do you try and move down here and unload? Okay. Decides to just go for a further in base. Could have been really mean and doomed both players. Alright. No! The doctor, no! Don't capture the city! You need to hop on your transport copter! You need to get a base! Oh no! Okay, Killer High does just go for a more central city. Okay, I like it. Oh, Sally Broccoli, how could you? Oh no! Sally Broccoli is so evil. So, just sits on the base that Linguistics was going for. Absolutely no mercy. At this point, Linguistics has to hop in this transport copter and just go somewhere else. You could still come all the way down here, go for this base, for this base, for this base. There's so many options still. Oh! Oh, you can't do that. Oh, no. Okay, gets the space. Use the transport. Yeah, that's fine. Random weather is on? Oh my god. Well, luckily... luckily the snow does not stop Steeler from going for the base capture. What are you doing? I don't know why the transport copter went back. You can change your replay submission, but keep the same slot. Yeah. Assume I don't cover it today. Redfire is super sad. This transport copter is being set up to take them somewhere else on the map for their next base, I assume. Nemo gets that base. So does get the boost to the base. Oh my god, the snow ruined their life so much. I guess the Sami pick makes sense because the transport copter gets to move further, so you have more options. The doctor has a city. A killer hide is also hosed over by the snow. Ellie Broccoli, no mercy for linguistics, who is just gonna die. I guess, yeah. I guess Steeler's like, I'm just not gonna use my transfer. You can hop in this transport copter and start claiming more bases elsewhere on the map. But I guess the idea was, it's just good manners to, now that you've landed in some place, that you can put your transfer copter back. Okay, I thought the transport copter was being set up to be hopped into, either go for this base or for like any base on the map almost. I was wrong. Oh no. Oh no. Mr. Lappy, no, say it ain't so. Because the snow delayed them, they don't even see this. Knight of Zero is actually in range to stop Mr. Lappy from ever getting the base. Turn 1, Mr. Lappy gets trapped. Decides to not just doom themselves with Xyrox. Moves down here. Can't get the base because of the snow. And then can't get the base because they're going to get attacked. Xyrox goes for this base. Sure. Mr. Lappy, look at this. Mr. Lappy doesn't even see until after committing. So can't just like hop in and try and go for another base. Oh, that hurts. That's so unfortunate. Dr. Spacewalker uses it. But just to go over here. Go over here. This is like the best thing that could happen to the doctor. Period. Sami, who could completely end the doctor's life, resigns. The doctor then resigns. Okay. Killer Hyde, now going for this city, has been delayed for so long. Sally Broccoli just goes for a nearby city. Sally Broccoli shows mercy. What could you do here to completely end Linguistics' life? You just build a recon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Would stop Linguistics from ever doing anything. Sally is, generous and not generous because they're also sitting on the base. They all assumed everyone else went for the other side. I assume so. Either that or they didn't know what the teleport tiles do. It will tell you that you can move to all these locations when you click on your unit, but they might have been like, wow, that looks really buggy, and then just not done it. %33 base damage to a copter. to mineral every time. Oh, 30% base. Gotcha. I was going to say, I don't think it's 33. Ah, Steeler has recognized. Oh, wait a second. I can use this. Yeah, that's with a comm tower. There is a comm tower. Okay, Sidonia is deciding we're going to go for the nearby stuff. I don't know why this transfer copter is not getting used. Knight of Zero, don't do it, man. What, like, have mercy. For real. Knight of Zero shows mercy. Could have ended Mr. Lappy. Is like, that's just too mean. Maybe they talked. Maybe Mr. Oh my gosh. At least Mr. Lappy's gonna get the base. Before any interrupts can happen. Everyone's probably like, why are we so close together? There's so much room on this map. And I agree. I don't know why you are so all close together. Okay, we have the recon from Dr. Spacewalker. Does use the teleport tiles after being injured to go for this base. You could use the teleport tiles to go all the way down here. Killer Hyde still in the game. Sally Broccoli starts capping right in front of this infantry. Builds another infantry. I don't understand. Uses the transport copter to ruin Linguistics Day, but then doesn't build the recon to follow up. Linguistics, after hitting the transfer copter for 3 turns, resigns. Doesn't even kill it off and then resign. Paranoia starts getting... Gonna get 3 bases, it looks like. Steeler. Steeler, what are you doing? Steeler decides to pick up the infantry and go back to the start? Is that so you can't be killed by rout? Setting up for the next game? Okay, we have a tank come out from Dr. Crux. Knight of Zero does not show mercy over here. It's not really mercy anymore because that's someone that already has a base. We have a recon from Nemo86. Decided to unload here for some reason. It starts to rain on Xyrox's turn, which is going to ruin everyone's vision. Actually matters right away. 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't see this base is owned and doesn't see that there's a recon there. Mr. Lappy gets a base, decides to unload over here for some reason. Builds another infantry. Dr. Spacewalker resigns. Has the recon ready to fight. Killer Hyde goes for this base. It's actually unclaimed. Sally Broccoli knows that there's a base over here that's open for grabbing. Doesn't use the transport copter. Could have boosted either of these guys to make it their next turn. Paranoia gets a base here. Steeler slowly walks towards this base. Builds an APC. There is a transport copter. I'm not sure. Okay. I assume that this is to pick up this infantry and drop it off over here. Sidonia moves down here. Going for a base. Gives up this base capture. Okay. Crux has had an infantry struck. Goes for some nice captures. Sounds good. I mean, Sammy's looking pretty good on this map now. It's like, this is definitely very infantry heavy. Got Nemo 86 goes for the bay, some cities. not sure why they're not going up here to this base, but it's okay. Just to block off any interrupts. There, the rain stopped because it started on this player's turn. They do a single move and then, or 2 moves and then resign. Mr. Lappy sticking in it though, had the roughest start of them all. Killer Hyde is getting another base, also had a pretty rough start. I just realized like how awful it would be to have snow happen on your very first turn. Now we have the recon built. Paranoia. Okay. Probably unload the transport copter, but that's okay. Steeler does go for another base. Seems to have left infantry behind. Starts going for this base. Okay. Transport copters are being used a lot for some vision. Sidonia is doing some good fighting. We have just a single base here. Just a base in 3 cities. But still, that's a lot of money for this map so far. This city and this base. Okay. Nemo 86 starts moving down. Just grab this base. Recon's available to be aggressive. There's no way they're going to hold on to this city. Mr. Lappy gets a city. Mr. Lappy goes for another city. Gets to hop in. The transport copter might get the comm tower. The one, the only comm tower. Falling to Mr. Lappy's hands. Oh no, Steeler sees their greatest rival, who has 8k. Probably should have built a tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or I guess it doesn't make their time anyway. Maybe an artillery to try and lock this base. Okay. Lash comes over here. Falls back with the transport copter. Brings the tank over. It's just going to be some very brutal early game fighting. But I imagine Steeler's going to win because there's either Steeler or Sidonia because they have so much free room to expand into while also keeping their regions completely connected. Okay, now Sidonia still in it. Nemo does get to attack with the recon. Oh, there's a potential fight over the comm tower. Mr. Lappy makes sure to land on it. Also has some nice recon harassing. Goes for Nemo City. Killer Hyde gets out of here. Gonna go for try contest Steelers area. Okay. Paranoia and Sally Broccoli. We have a base skip. We have double base skip? What? Okay. We have some more bases being taken by Steeler. Looks good. Okay, Sidonia is attacking in. We actually have an artillery set up very nicely here to cover. Okay. Knight of Zero has a lot of potential fighting, completely surrounded by enemies. Nemo 86 actually stops this capture. Mr. Lappy is going to get the comm tower and gets a tank. Killer Hyde's going to get one of these bases, actually expanding faster than Steeler despite the slower start. Sally Broccoli builds a medium tank. The transport copter might go down here. And this is the only transport copter you get. There it goes. Absolutely tragic. Some strong lash usage here. We have mech spam coming out towards our hero. Steeler has this APC ready to start doing some more transports. Has an anti-air. I don't know why Steeler went for an anti-air. I guess it's going to hit infantry especially hard. There are a lot of infantry. All right. We have a rocket. Looks like Crooks is just going to try and hold down this corner of the map. Nemo is going to attack into Crooks. Mr. Lappy, you did it. You got the comm tower. You're also getting another base. Things are looking up for Mr. Lappy. All right, Killer Hyde. You got this base. You got this base. Lots of infantry. Sally Broccoli coming on over here. Hitting with this medium tank. Putting the pressure on Paranoia the Lash. Who is also putting pressure on Killer Hyde. Just lots of mechs. Steeler has so far been very peaceful. Yeah, just moving around. Has anti-air, built a recon, potentially trying to go for the comm tower in the center. Sidonia is expanding very nicely. Crooks just trying to lock down this corner. Knight of Zero is looking to be in a little bit of world of hurt, completely surrounded by enemies. Oh no! Crooks is in a lot of trouble. This base just falls. It's not being captured though. Could be potentially rescued. But Nemo is on the aggression. There is an infantry on its way. Mr. Lappy trying their best. You've got some mechs being built. We have 2 bases online. Killer Hyde builds a tank to defend this base. Still continues to expand down here. Gonna find out that no one decided to go here. Sally Broccoli. Looks like they're putting a lot of pressure on Paranoia, who's trying to respond with just mechs, which is just not gonna be able to handle this medium tank. Steeler, first aggressive move, goes after poor Killer Hyde. Could Steeler had a choice here? Steeler 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 could have tried to help Killer Hyde, just try to attack over here. No, purposely goes after Killer Hyde. Oh, how rude. Steeler must have made an alliance with Paranoia or something. So mean. Okay. Macedonia is just getting bigger and bigger, a 16k income. Crooks trying to hold the corner, not looking good. Macedonia has now started to expand, has a Neo tank. Nemo starts taking the base from Crooks. Gonna lose. Taking these cities with without any way of protecting them. Mr. Lappy is actually starting to find their footing. Still has control over the comm tower. Killer Hyde diving in deep. Actually get a containment potentially on Steeler. Does manage to save their own city from being captured. No thanks to Steeler there. Sally Broccoli doing tons of damage, although that tank looks like it's going to get hurt. We don't really want to attack a mech on a mountain. What did this medium tank do? Medium tank just killed him. We have the first market crash of the game because no one else should have powers. Paranoia really wants to fight 2 people at the same time, so it goes after poor Killer Hyde. Steeler also goes after Killer Hyde, potentially. Does go after Killer Hyde City. Has the transport copter. Look at all these different places. Look where all these, like, this transport copter could go to so many places. Where does it go? I guess that was potentially one of them as well. I guess it lines up to go for this city while this one goes for there. Just trying to fill out the inside. Things are looking very bad for Crooks. I mean, I wouldn't want to be fighting Sidonia either. 18k income is more than anyone else in the entire game. And they went first. Okay, Crook's trying to hold on. Down to just a single base, though. AWBW also attacking Crooks and Sidonia. Okay, Nemo holding on. Just a bloodbath over here. Mr. Lappy has center control. Killer Hyde has to fight 2 people. Takes out Steeler's infantry. Double tank. Probably regretting building. Probably regretting going Andy after seeing how many Sashas were in the game. Oh, Sally Broccoli decides to resign, or maybe just timed out. It's very good for Paranoia, who's kind of getting their butt kicked by Sally Broccoli. It snows again, starting on Steeler's turn. My Quack match is currently the most followed game. Okay, Steeler setting themselves up very nicely. Got 9k in the bank. Expand and expand and expand, and actually kind of keeping pace with Sidonia here, who does need to actually start defending against like Neo tanks, for instance. Okay, Crooks holding on as best they can to their little section of the world. AWBW also having trouble holding on here. There is a Neo tank and not much else. So it has this base for now. Nemo starts moving over into Sally Broccoli's area. Mr. Lappy still doing their best. We have a medium tank. We got some recons. Still has the comm tower. Looks like they're going to lose a city. Killer Hyde, I assume, is going to attack into Steeler here. Only this tank can make it. Decides to attack into Paranoia. Does save the city. Paranoia attacks into Killer Hyde and starts taking over Sally Broccoli's area. Steeler, of course, the snow ends here. Something unlucky about Steeler's turns here. two of them having snow is unexpected, to say the least. Ooh, we have a Neo tank from Steeler. Steeler currently has the most income at the end of the turn. Oh. Just barely does AWBW hold on to this city. Or not the city, the base. Can actually build something to save it. Sidonia starts falling back. Let's Sidonia buy. Oh, there's bases up here. A medium tank. So many bases. Crooks still holding on. AWBW saves their city. Take out a recon up there. Builds a medium tank to save this base. That's the base skip, unfortunately. Somehow Nemo has not lost these cities yet. Attacks into poor Mr. Lappy, though. Ooh, gets a kill on the tank with the medium tank, thanks to that comm tower. Builds an artillery. Goes down here, messes with Nemo's infantry. Killer Hyde going for more of these bases. I mean, yeah, there's nothing over here. Builds an APC. Is going to need to build quite a few vehicles to try and stay alive in between Paranoia and Steeler, though. Paranoia now has a decent amount of income, 16k. Building some units. Steeler, 24k, 25k with a Neo tank. Looks like gonna be able to just eat up Killer Hyde and maybe even Paranoia after that. So doing is at 24k, still able to just continually expand down south would be doing this a lot faster if they built an APC. Mr. Lappy, the comeback king, will win this whole thing. Maybe. This is why this poor quarter does manage to drain everyone's power. I0 starts going for these cities. It's a nice hit. Has a Neo tank come down here, save their own city. Medium tank gets trapped as you would expect. Actually, I can zoom in a little bit. The top and bottom don't matter anymore. Oh, but it made a line. Nemo starts killing off some of Mr. Lappy's stuff here. Ooh. And expands down into the south. You potentially see a very split country. Mr. Lappy, somehow alive, does get the recon on the comm tower to stop Killer Hyde from taking it. I think Killer Hyde might be sacking this area pretty soon just to relocate down here. Attacks one of the Steelers' infantry. Paranoia, looking good. Attacks Killer Hyde, starts taking Killer Hyde's base. Very quickly he's going to run into conflict with Steeler. Steeler, who has 31k income, is going to be able to pretty much beat up anyone. Does not have a treaty with Paranoia. Just decided to work with them for a little bit. Is now fighting. Sidonia also getting some nice captures. It does look like these Sidonia and Steeler are indeed the big fish in the game currently. Rick's holding on. It's a pretty fearsome fighting force to hold on to this little corner. Knight of Zero running out of units. They're doing their best. Nemo's expanding down here. A lot of artillery to try and hold this. Mr. Lappy gets the power for a market crash. From Killer Hyde still has quite a bit of charge. Just not enough money. As soon as Steeler ever gets a market crash, everyone will be drained of all of their charge because Steeler has got the bucks. Paranoia going after the base, after the city. Starts trying to fight against Steeler and this very fearsome Neo tank. Steeler does get the power this turn. I would suggest using it right away. Like, might have gotten you this kill, for instance. But it could be that Steeler doesn't want to use it with the dream of getting a super, I guess. It's a big dream. They didn't use it. I guess the only other Sasha is Mr. Lappy, who just used the power. I mean, there's Crooks who doesn't have any charge. So it's possible for Steeler to make it to the super. Okay. Crooks holds on. I have Sidonia in a lot, or Knight of Zero, I should say, in a lot of pain. Sidonia is a show, or an anime. Nemo fallen back from Mr. Lappy's fearsome forces. Somehow this 2 health recon actually managed to hold this comm tower. Killer Hyde trying to hold on as best they can up here while expanding to this completely unoccupied bottom of the map. Paranoia getting some solid hits against Steeler's forces. That's some pretty intimidating damage. Steeler almost has the super. Could get it this turn. At 39k income. Should be able to just spam out mega tanks or neo tanks or something to hold the top here. attacking into Paranosia's forces, but also gonna just die to these indirects. Didn't use the power. Looking at Mr. Lappy and Crooks and being like, they're not gonna do it. It's fine. Just looking for the perfect moment to use the Sasha super. Mega Tank is banned. Oh, okay. So Tony is playing a PvE game. Just have a wall being formed up here. Crooks, nothing but heavy vehicles and an infantry. Knight of Zero resigns because this base is going to fall. Gives Sidonia even more area. Nemo doing their best. Hold the ground here. Mr. Lappy still diving forward. Still holding this comm tower, but kind of running out of steam, it looks like. Killer Hyde desperately trying to defend their newly acquired area. Attacking Paranosia. Almost has the super. Paranosia is actually going to have the Lash super this turn, which I did not think would ever happen. Isn't using it? What? I guess Paranosia just trusts that Steeler would not ever use Market Crash. I'm not quite sure why Steeler is not using War Bonds or Market Crash. Maybe hoping that Paranosia is just going to have a very large army, a very large expensive army somehow. Right, Sidonia expanding, actually going to run into Killer Hyde pretty soon. Really wishes they had an APC. It's a Neo Tank up here. Crooks holding on as best they can. Oh, that's super dead. Nemo attacks Crooks as well. Oh, Crooks is trying to take their base back. Mr. Lappy is fighting Sidonia. Mr. Lappy got the power. Only has 18k. Does stop Steeler from making it to the super. I feel like the other Sashas do the dirty work. I see. Alright. Killer Hyde. Getting some nice expansion over here. Has 17k income. It starts raining on Paranosia's turn. Paranosia no longer has access to the super. Could use terrain tactics if the rain's stopping stuff. I think both Steeler and Paranosia have just been fighting over who's trying to take this base away from Killer Hyde. Okay. We're at 42k income. Taking a base from Killer Hyde over here. Our 36k income over here for Sidonia. So far, it looks like Steeler's winning the race. Excuse me? Oh, I see. Just killed off that medium tank and starts moving in around this one. Just waits on this city, okay? Crooks doing their best. Could Market Crash. They only have 8k. Oh, it's such a sad Market Crash. But you know what? You gotta do what you gotta do. Okay. Nemo fighting up here. Trying to fight off Sidonia. Mr. Lappy kind of getting crushed down here by Sidonia. But otherwise still in the game. Killer Hyde trying to save this city. Also going for some cities from Steeler. And potentially be able to rescue the base. Although Steeler has a Neo Tank down here. It unlocks even more bases. Isn't going to have enough money to build build vehicles. He's gonna be pretty much just locked down to building a ton of infantry. Let's go for the hyper repair. Verdunois fighting up here. Kind of losing the fight down here against Steeler, though. Almost has the super. Steeler decides to go for a market crash. Look at that. Just completely drains everyone's charge. I'm assuming that's because Steeler wants to go in for the kill on Verdunois and didn't want the Lash super. Dishonor before death. You also have the 10% Sasha income. Yeah. Okay. Wow, this penguin mech left alone. Well, looks like Sidonia is going to go in for the kill on poor Crux here, as well as start engaging with Killer Hyde at the bottom. Oh no! Mr. Lappy's recon on the comm tower. Oh, Crux skips the turn. Crux attack? Crux did attack, okay. Nemo has to fall back on all fronts for this one. Oh, the snow starts on Mr. Lappy's turn. Medium tank trying to make its way down to the comm tower to save it. Killer Hyde. It's a medium tank here. It's going to be forced to do a lot of base skips again. It's like playing on sax. You have so many bases, just not quite enough money. Verdunois stands on Killer Hyde's base. Steeler attacks over here, takes a base from Killer Hyde. I assume starts killing Verdunois' stuff. Yeah, starts taking it. Triple rocket. It's a pretty strong attacking force, especially with the roads to use. Day 23, there are still uncaptured bases. Poor Killer Hyde, stuck between the two strongest players in the game, who are showing no mercy. Dr. Crux's rocket has now been struck. It's looking very bad for Dr. Crux and Killer Hyde. Or it's not even Dr. Crux, it's just Crux. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to call you a doctor. Nemo gets a nice mech strike. Has to keep falling back as well. Mr. Lappy strikes at Sidonia's infantry, trying to get indirection range to hold the comm tower. Killer Hyde resigns after making it all the way down here. Verdunois now left alone to fight Steeler, although Verdunois was actually just fighting Killer Hyde. They weren't actually cooperating like they really should have been. Steeler with almost double the income of Verdunois. Probably going to just start running over everything, and that is exactly what we see. I assume a market crash right now to stop Verdunois from getting a super, although the Lash super doesn't really mean much when there's no units. More and more rockets being built. So many. Sidonia has to deal with the snow. But there's plenty of roads. Lash can ignore terrain and weather, except for snow. You get the perfect movement of Sturm when you use your powers. Which ignores rain. Oh, so many units. I don't know what the unit cap is. Brooks saved up to 31k. I like it. Saved up to 31k. Market crash. Very nice. Show them what's what. Has 2 units. They're about to die. And should have been... Yep, they died. They've been deleted by route. There wasn't a notice about it, but they're gone. Mr. Lappy holding on. Got some rockets of their own. The rocket is now in range to defend the comm tower. Paranoia in a lot of trouble because Stealer is coming to destroy everything. With all of these indirects and neo-tanks. Start expanding down here. Decides to follow up the market crash with a market crash. Not quite sure on that market crash, but that's okay. I'm not sure. We got lots of mechs from Stealer, but a single APC to help them all. Saved up. Literally can't buy. Yeah. Alright. This is the first time that the two titans in the game have seen each other. And I assume there will be an epic showdown between them. Although right now, it looks like there's a huge wave of infantry to fight a neo-tank. Sidonia is just going to clean up the top here. Sidonia actually has more income than Stealer at the moment, which is impressive. Nemo trying to hold on to their little section of the world. Mr. Lappy trying to hold on to their comm tower. Paranoia trying to fight Stealer. It's looking rough. All of these rockets are going to get some really good damage, and indeed they do. APC boosts the mech. They can see the neo-tank got built. They don't see the rocket in the woods. But Stealer is got a strong force moving out to the bottom. Sidonia is going to have a tough fight ahead of them here. Especially because they can't build mega tanks. So these rockets are going to be an absolute nightmare. But in the meantime, focusing down Nemo 86 and potentially going to go for the comm tower in the center. It's going to be a big deal once the armies are this large, whether or not you have the comm tower. I'm surprised Stealer hasn't actually sent anything over there to try and take it. If Mr. Lappy holds on to the comm tower a little bit longer, they win the game. Oh. Mr. Lappy builds a neo-tank to defend the base. Paranoia doing their best, but Stealer should be able to walk over them pretty soon here. We have the market. We have the market crash. Some more bases falling. Neo-tank's gonna get taken out by rockets. The Paranoia rocket has now been spotted. The transport copter uses the teleport to get a flank on this base. This transport copter, for some reason, has not been resupplied by an APC lately. That's okay. Sidonia doing tons of damage to Nemo 86. Looks like that's going to end pretty soon. It's got 3 infantry lined up on that comm tower. Really needs to start building some more stuff at the bottom. Builds a single neo tank. Gonna need like a ton of rockets to try and hold off Stealer, though. Just doesn't quite recognize the danger of the enemy, the foe that they're up against. Mr. Lappy might have made an alliance with Nemo, trying to help against Sidonia. Didn't attack Nemo's stuff, I don't think. Or no, actually he's starting to cap Nemo's city, so definitely don't have an alliance. Paranoia doing their best, but they're looking super dead. It starts to snow on Stealer's turn for the 3rd time. Starts attacking here. There is double neo tank. The rockets aren't going to be quite able to make it due to the snow. One of Paranoia's cities is being captured by Stealer as the giant force starts moving in on that one base that's producing all the heavy vehicles. I don't know if Steeler's recognized. I'm paranoid for no reason, exactly. Well, there might be a capture limit. I don't know how the victory conditions for the map were. Whoa! Sidonia resigns. Maybe timed out? The only other player that could have possibly fought Steeler just vanishes from the board. That was... Well, at this point, Steeler's completely untouchable. But you know what? Mr. Lappy actually managed to hold the comm tower against Sidonia. Did the impossible. Steeler has just one, yeah, Steeler completely running over Paranoia at this point, who's still trying to fight into Nemo, trying to expand into someone else to get away from Steeler. Both Mr. Lappy and Paranoia beating up poor Nemo 86. Oh, the comm tower might fall soon. Transport copter zooms along the teleport tiles. There's absolutely nothing stopping Steeler's expansion across the entire map at this point. Nemo 86 just grouping together, trying to hold the line. Mr. Lappy sees their chance to get some captures, trying to protect the comm tower. Paranoia just trying to run away from Steeler. Steeler takes the base that's been holding out for so long and goes for all of these captures. I think Paranoia's rocket might be out of ammo. Is that rocket out of ammo? No, it's got 2 shots left. I thought that Steeler might be taunting it with an APC. Oh, the Neo-Tanks are coming in, threatening the comm tower that Mr. Lappy has held on to this entire game. Nemo 86 doing their best to stay alive. Mr. Lappy, you gotta send everything down there to save the comm tower. Paranoia desperately running away from Steeler, trying to take other people's stuff. Oh no, the comm tower is in some serious danger. There's so many units for Steeler. 100, is that the unit cap though? Or is more gonna get built? Steeler with 90k. 100 is the unit count. It has to delete if they want to build other stuff. You can see 100 units is not enough for a map this size. Mr. Lappy, oh no, the rocket's been discovered. Not only has the rocket been discovered, but it's down to a single shot. It's not going to be able to hold the comm tower. Paranoia starts turning on Steeler, who's still desperately trying to find other enemies. Somehow that rocket for Paranoia has not been killed off. The mech that could have done it deleted itself. For more Neo-Tanks to be built. Oh no, Mr. Lappy's comm tower is in serious danger of falling. Mr. Lappy starts bringing down the heavy vehicles, sparing Nemo. Paranoia has no spare. It does not want to spare Nemo, however. Oh no, the comm tower. Steeler has no mercy. Mr. Lappy tried so hard to get the comm tower and hold the comm tower. The entire game. Steeler doesn't care. Steeler's gonna steal. All the artillery from Nemo doing their best. Mr. Lappy desperately trying to get the comm tower back, or save the comm tower, but it's just not gonna happen. For some reason, that rocket for Paranoia is being left alive. He got trapped on an artillery. Over 100,000 income from Steeler. More than double everyone else in the game combined. Comm tower has fallen. Rip comm tower, nothing but Neo-Tanks being built at this point. Nemo's gonna die soon. Mr. Lappy doing their best. Paranoia resigns after the rocket can't escape. At this point, it's just Steeler moving forward with an army of Neo-tanks, crushing everything in their path. There is no escape. There's no way to fly away. The Neo-tanks will find you, and they will kill you. And then the game will end by a rout. Submitter wins. They keep marching. Over almost 300,000 in the bank. Over 400,000 in the bank. Can't spend the money. The Neo-tanks storm forward. Mr. Lappy's still fighting Nemo. There's just no chance. All of the Neo-tanks are closing in on the corner. Mr. Lappy's down to 4 units. More cities, more bases are falling. Over 151,000 income for Steeler. It was actually 5 units. I missed another unit. Nemo 86 doing their best to fight off Steeler. Mr. Lappy's still attacking Nemo 86. Oh, there's only there's 3 units left. There's 1 unit left. It gets blocked in by an APC. Mr. Lappy's still in it. Can still win. With a lot of luck. Nemo has so many Neo-tanks to fight off. Mr. Lappy decides to go down fighting. Lost my route after attacking the Neo-tank. Now all that's left is Nemo. 16k income, 10 units against Steeler with 167,200 income and 100 units. There's recons scattered about the map, just in case someone was able to sneak a transport copter by. Nemo down to 7 units, down to 6 units. Still has a base operation, still has 2 bases operational. 6 units. Holding on. 8 units. 6 units, 5 units. 3 units, 2 units. The infantry, it's hiding in the corner. Oh my gosh, Steeler has no way of reaching it with any of these Neo-tanks. Steeler can't even check that it's there until one of the infantry gets close. A single unit is left. Recon start getting spammed to try and find it. No, the infantry found it in the corner, dropped off by the transport copter. You got this, infantry. 4 and 4. Oh no! Steeler brought another infantry over. We have terrain tactics. 3 and 2. Steeler kills it off. Didn't even let the 1v1 happen. GG. GG. The golf ball swarm as the Neo-tanks watch the fight. And Steeler stands tall. I can zoom out. You can see. I guess the transport copter is checking. All of the neutral bases or cities. I guess we can to watch the final fight. As far as I can go. Oof. I'll try and get one more game. I could see that being a pretty fun mode. Yeah, you could make it so you couldn't lose via route. You'll have to put a capture limit on the game. There might be. They might have to capture every single city. I don't know. Okay. I'll do one more real quick. Oh, it's this map. Andy versus Grit. I would say this is definitely favored to Andy, just because it's going to be it's really hard for Grit to get enough indirects to actually defend their lab. But they could potentially just take the opponent's lab. Okay. This is the Quack Cup, yeah. This is high funds, 5 bases. There they go. Lots of infantry. We got the double recon coming out for Andy. I like it. It's very difficult for triple recon. It's very difficult for Grit to actually defend any of these captures over here. I've been a big fan of these recon openers. We have a battle copter to follow it. So lots of aggression here. No transport copter or anything coming out of lazyboi here. Single artillery is going to have to defend everything on this this front. But these artillery could be used to harass against Andy's own units here. Lots of expansion. The recons are now in range of attacking some infantry. We have 1 tank built from lazyboi. Everything is now being guarded by this 1 artillery. These 2 are coming down to try and help. Oh, these recons are too scared. You could definitely go in here and start attacking. But they're scared of the artillery shots. Which is understandable. They do hit pretty hard. Okay, well, if lazyboi is able to get a very nice cluster of infantry surrounding artillery, then they should be able to hold on very nicely. There's still no... Okay, there's 1 transport copter out here. So no one's really prioritizing going for these double cities in the corners. Only 1 artillery. With all of this, I would definitely attack in with the recons. Try and kill off those infantry. It's too late at this point, though. There's a tank and everything. Okay, more and more recons. Maybe a little too recon heavy. For Andy here. lazyboi gets an artillery shot to kill off this tank. And also bring in some infantry. Goes for this comm tower. Only has 1 artillery with this currently. And then the anti-air and a copter and a tank. It's strong enough to hold off what Andy has. Andy goes in for a hit here, but this is covered by artillery, so this is going to start looking really bad for Andy's unit count in comparison to Grit. But is going to get these 2 cities to help with the income. Andy is up by a fair bit. lazyboi is going for a much more defensive posture. Lots of infantry being kind of held back passively, but covered nicely by artillery. As long as Andy doesn't blunder into indirect range, should be fine. Does decide to sack 2 infantry for 1 infantry. Which, as long as that doesn't happen too much, is fine. But if the unit count starts getting drastically in Grit's favor, that it'll be hard to make any progress. We do have a bomber built by Andy. And there's a fighter as a response for lazyboi. We have some more 2 infantry for 1 infantry trades just to stop this one city. Andy is up by 10k income, but that's not a huge deal for Grit because, I mean, as you can see, artillery are the name of the game, and artillery are very cheap. So, even with just 44k income, you can build pretty much all the artillery you could ever want. We have a Grit mech. Andy does go for the corner city now. Starts moving forward with a bunch of tanks, and the bomber kind of threatening the lab of lazyboi. lazyboi should probably recognize, yeah, it's very weak up here. So if you just kind of move forward with a wall of infantry and a bunch of artillery, it's going to be really tough for Andy to actually stop this force from just walking right over this lab. It might turn into kind of a base race. There hasn't been that much combat. As you can see, there's not much power generation. Both players would love to have a power that they could be using to zone the other. And if Andy can get this into an air battle with bombers and fighters, then Grit's going to have a hard time really contesting that, because Grit's own fighters will just get wrecked against Andy fighters that can heal up by a bunch. Ooh, we have a mega tank from Grit. We've also hit the unit cap at 75 by turn 17. Oh, Andy starts attacking up here. This is a lot of infantry in artillery range, but at this point they've reached the unit cap limit. So having units die off is not that big of a deal. You want to build, more combat efficient units anyway. Of course, if you lose too many infantry to build vehicles, you just won't be able to capture anything. So it's a nice delicate balance. Andy is having to delete some stuff. No mega tanks for Andy though, which is very odd, and that does mean that lazyboi is going to be able to just kind of plow into the Andy army with the mega tanks. You would expect Andy to go for mega tanks because they're very resistant to indirects, and they're also just tough in general, so they can be healed up very nicely. But if Andy's not having any mega tanks with this army, it's going to be really tough to actually crack anything. But at the same time, Andy does have the income, like the capture advantage. So the pressure's on Grit to do something about that. Otherwise, the time limit will happen, and Andy will just win. And it looks like lazyboi is choosing this point to attack. And here we go. Attacked with enough stuff to get the Grit super, and all of these artillery shots are just cleaning up Andy's army. A bunch of fighters got to dive in, although there are a lot of Andy anti-airs. So that did a lot unit count wise, but not a lot when it came down to unit value. And Andy's going to be able to kill all these fighters. Or at least almost all the fighters. Ooh, but it's not enough, and Andy just decides to resign. Which I am surprised by. So Andy is going to get absolutely obliterated by all of these artillery. Looks like Andy really wanted to get this kill. And without that kill, they just gave up. Things are looking pretty good over here. But yeah, up here looks really rough. I'm surprised there was the resign though. You think there's a way to make the game without having to be in it? I know Walker can do that. I don't know if the general public can. And this still looks, to me, this still looks very playable for Andy. The problem, I guess, is that the mega tanks will be pretty nasty. They do get to hit 2 neo tanks. There's not that many infantry. If you kill off all of the infantry, then it's gonna be really hard for lazyboi to actually capture enough stuff to not lose by just the day limit. That was the really fast game right before I end the stream. Have an apple. I hope everyone enjoyed. I'll see everyone tomorrow, bright and early, 9 a.m. my time, Pacific Daylight's time, for my April 1st stream. And there is a Patreon if you'd like to join it. Date stream. It will be bird dating. Should be fun. Have a good night, everyone. Enjoy your apple.